You know.
Okay. I'd like to welcome everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026 meeting for the Ione City Council. And before we go into closed session, I'd like to see if we have anybody for public comment. Okay, looks like no public comment.
We need to call roll, Judy.
Oh, yes, yes. Okay, roll call. Janice, please call roll.
Councilmember Atlan,
Here.
Councilmember Levane. Here. Councilmember Mitchell,
Here.
Vice Mayor Rhodes.
Here.
And Mayor Maida.
Thank you. Here. Okay,
For,
well, I guess we are.
For our closed session item, just for the record, Councilmember LaFane has a conflict with this item, so won't be attending closed session as the
That's why I'm
claimant.
here to recuse myself.
Go ahead, sure.
You just did it for me, so.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess we can move into closed session. Okay, welcome, everybody. We're reconvened from open session. And I like seeing a large crowd here tonight, so thank you for being here. To start the meeting, I have just some introductory remarks, and I'd like to ask everybody to please be respectful to not interrupt me, and I'll get these remarks out. Before we start the meeting, I have a few remarks. As council members, I wish for all of us to demonstrate a high standard of civility and professionalism and respect for each other and all members of the public, even when we disagree. I often find myself disappointed when I view comments on Facebook or when we don't have full attendance at meetings or council members leave early. Showing up at meetings and acting with decorum is the job we are elected for, and I believe we can do better. This city is trying to turn a chapter marked by a turnover in city staff and council member dysfunction. That can only happen with all of us conducting ourselves with exemplary civility and to be a model for our citizens and not a cautionary tale. Therefore, beginning tonight, it is my expectation that every council member at every meeting from here on out will be structured and run by Rosenberg rules, our Muni code, and our decorum policies. I'm committed to having a more respectful meeting each week. Thank you. Josh?
Excellent.
We can go to the Pledge of Allegiance and then the report.
Oh, yeah,
out of
Pledge of Allegiance.
session.
I missed that. I can only claim to be a rookie for so long. I pledge allegiance.
One nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
For the report out of closed session, for the closed session item under B, liability claims, Allison Levine claimant, agency claimed against City of Ione. The council has denied the claim by a vote of 3-0 with Atlin abstaining. Just to inform the public, when you see these types of items on the closed session, these are a specific type of claim to be filed with the city before you intend to sue the city for damages. And the documents filed for that claim will be available as public records soon.
Okay, after Josh's comments, obviously legal fees have been a huge concern. People in our city and amongst us also here. And I'd like to state something here that many have expressed concerns about our legal bills. We hear it every week or every 2 weeks or throughout the week. Much as expense is attributed to litigation involving a single council member who has outstanding debt owed to the city despite a settlement offer and attempts.
Point of order, Mr.
mediation.
Levinsky.
Go ahead.
What's your point of order?
Yep.
Mr. Mayor Maida, who just 2 seconds ago said he was going to run respectful meetings, has just accused a council member of owing money when that is unknown. It's going through litigation, and that should not be spoken about in public. That is harassment, okay? So please caution him.
A point of order goes to the chair for the ruling if it's out of order.
I don't find it valid. I'm explaining.
Order.
Oh, I'm answering this one, please.
Are you
I'm
appealing?
explaining.
No, it's
the reason this-
point of
No,
order.
no, Mayor, we might have an appeal of the point of,
Go ahead.
are you appealing
You
the,
just said we were going to follow the Rosenberg Rules of Order. This behavior here is not on the agenda.
any council member can comment on the announcement out of closed session.
Make speeches. We've been subjected to a speech the last meeting.
If you would let me,
If you
Okay,
have a separate point of order, it goes to the chair.
so it's the point of order on the lawsuit.
I'm going to stop, I'm going to deny that because I'm going to offer you a moment to comment after I'm done.
There's been a points of order to the chair. It's been denied. If there's appeal on the point of order, it goes to the whole council for a vote. But these are just the mayor's remarks on the report out of closed session, and every council member has an opportunity to do that.
Well, that's something new.
Okay, let me complete, please. Let me finish. These comments are made not out of trying to divide. It is to explain why our legal fees are a part of the reason our legal fees are high. Okay, that's why I'm doing this. It is. Anyway, we have tried through mediation, and now This council member is intending to sue the city for many other claims, all without merit, which is what we're discussing now, closed session. This will cost the city time and money to respond to the claims. We want you to be aware of this and be involved in potential litigation. We will respect the legal process, but addressing these claims will come at the expense of taxpayers. So we're just letting you know. We're warning you that. Okay.
Now,
Councilwoman LaFave, would you like to speak?
yes. First of all, I pulled my cross complaint. The entire cross complaint was pulled. The only thing standing with the other claim is their action. I have no action against the city. I'm going to answer the breach of contract as it stands. I pulled it. This complaint, well, first of all, let me go to, it is not a dispute. I spent $8,400 in attorney fees trying to get the city to the table. And they said, nope, we're not having it. Pay us or else. For 3 years. So
Okay.
we're going to court. You guys filed that.
Okay. Thank you for making that brief. I appreciate it. Councilman Atlan, would you like to make a comment, please?
We did, thank you.
Councilman Mitchell, any comments?
Well, when someone threatens to sue me, my response is no response. I think it's unwise to discuss pending litigation at any time. There's certainly a lot of things I'd like to say,
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
but that is not a good idea for anyone out there. So if you ever want to keep me quiet, threaten to sue me
We have
pretty
service,
fast.
don't we?
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilman Rhodes?
I have nothing to say. I think the audience can see through it.
Okay. Can we have a motion to approve the agenda?
I make
No.
a motion, we approve the agenda.
No, but we have to take public comment on our
Oh, yeah. So we
Took public comment before we went in, Mr. Vrinsky.
Yes.
Mr. Varinsky, can I have direction there? I do go to approval agenda, correct?
It's a separate item on the agenda as a report out of closed session, so I would
And we did. So
allow public comment on it.
we should have public on it. Okay, sure. Go ahead.
So my only public comment on this is because there was stuff going back and forth on Facebook, I looked at the original contract. The original contract was signed with J. Bolden West LLC. The whole reason you do an LLC is so you can't go after the person themselves. We've had the city attorney at the last meeting, instead of doing this, whatever we're going to do, spend 45 minutes talking about Allison personally. If I have an LLC, the whole reason I do that is it stands on itself and you don't go to the person. You guys keep putting stuff in here. Allison, the actual contract was signed with LL Bolden West LLC. I'm sorry, J. Bolden West LLC. So I don't know how you guys are getting past the LLC without going to court. I think a judge has to hear that. And when I looked at number 27, both parties agreed to go to mediation first. I don't know if that's happened or not, but every contract I ever signed I owned my own corporations like 3 different times. First thing we did, went to mediation. You go in with your attorney, they go in with theirs, and then they decide, do we have anything here? Is it actionable? If we're talking about $22,000, we typically looked at, hey, 11's half of that. Do we think we'll get that? Because once you get a settlement, you're lucky if you get half. If you have to go to collection, you're gonna get 10%. You guys are well over 22,000 now, and you keep saying Allison's name until a judge tells you that. You signed a contract with J. Bolden West LLC. I'm sorry, I don't necessarily disagree with what you guys are doing, but I think you got to follow protocol. The city of Ione signed with J. Bolden LLC. The law firm doesn't get to decide whether that's Allison or not. A judge decides whether you can go past an LLC and go to the individual person, just like a C Corp or anything else. I signed a whole bunch of stuff. You couldn't go after me personally for my personal property or my money. That's the whole reason you do an LLC. So that's the only dispute I have. It was bouncing back and forth, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to take the time and read this. We were hearing 100,000. We're hearing all these different numbers. It actually ends up being 22, and it's not even Allison signing herself. It's an LLC. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay. Any more public comment? Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Josh, anything you want to state on that, or we good? Okay, all right.
I make a motion, we approve the agenda.
We have a
Second.
motion?
Second.
Okay,
I'd like some clarification from the city attorney. Just from the last workshop, you said an approval of the agenda approved everything in the agenda. I just want to make sure.
It approves the order of the agenda, and if everything stays on
Okay,
the agenda.
that's not what you said at the workshop. You said
No,
you
no,
approved the agenda, so you approved that item.
Right.
So I just wanted
And
to
approval of
clarify
the
that.
agenda does not mean approval of the individual items.
Okay, thank you.
okay, so we'll go ahead and we have a first and a second, and I'd like to change the voting way we're going to do things. Councilman Mitchell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilman, Vice Mayor Rhodes?
Aye.
Councilmember LaFane?
Aye.
Councilmember Atlan?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Motion's carried. We have no presentations tonight, so now we'll go to H, public comment. Each speaker is limited to 4 minutes, so you may begin. Thank you.
Yeah, Tommy Quinn. I live downtown. I'm 80, so I can be grumpy. And so I'm not going to talk tonight about how trashed out the walk I have to walk home to, because there's been a pile of litter and junk and stuff on the sidewalk for 2 years now. I'm not going to talk about the fact there's not enough lighting to not get killed walking around here. I'm not going to talk about watching a little girl cross the street up here. She's doing her kung fu or wherever it was, and a car went right through the crosswalk as she was in there. And when she came back, another car went through. I'm not even going to talk about that. What I'm going to talk about is this morning at 9 o'clock, there were all these series of extremely loud explosions. And I looked on Ione News and Safety, wherever that is there, and 117 people had written in. Do you know what that is? You know what that is? It's up there at Cal Fire, and they're exploding fireworks they had confiscated, not in any kind of enclosed thing, just out in a field next to their place. It was tremendously loud, freaked out my dogs, freaked out the neighbors' dogs. This is a kind of stuff that you guys should be working on, is getting an interface with the prison and Cal Fire, because they don't give a squat about the town of Ione. It's really frustrating. I called them up and they said, well, we have to do this and blah, blah, blah. And we have to let our facilities be open for the various law enforcement agencies, including our own, so that there are times where it sounds like a war going on over there. Enough is enough. You know, everything about this town is heads down, and it's been like that for 100 and some years. It's time to stand up for Ione. This is not here for the benefit of Cal Fire, for the prison. This is for the people that live here. It's for the people that live on Church Street going out there, you know, nice little houses. People go whiz them by there. And I've talked to people who say, well, it's because we're a blue collar town. We don't have to be second class to Plymouth or Sutter Creek or any of these other towns. We're a great little city here, and it needs to be respected more. And I'm looking forward to much more. And, you know, I love these guys. We have the best police enforcement and law enforcement people in the county, maybe even the state. I don't know. They're all great people. But we need more law enforcement downtown in the city of Ione. Writing tickets, checking cars that are like extremely noisy. We don't have to live this way. We don't have to live like we're freeze out or whatever they call it. We can live being proud of our town. And downtown, the building right next to here, I don't know who owns the building right next to here, but it needs to be painted. The railing's in terrible condition. Who owns that building? Oh, we own that building. It's a piece of junk. Either fix it up or sell it. So, you know, I love all of you. I'd like it.
We have 30 seconds.
Yeah, I hear you. But yeah, come on, let's put some love in this town, and let's maybe we get, I know, coming to the grand finale. We need somebody here that can stand up to the state when it comes to these organizations. And I will now skulk back to my house and make my frozen pizza. Thank you.
Jesse, do we have anybody on Zoom? Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy.
Sometimes I forget to look your way. I apologize.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jamie Andriola, and tonight I'm speaking as a resident, a mother, and a wife to a City of Ione police corporal. On paper, my husband earns $43.73 an hour, but the reality of what comes home tells a very different story. His most recent paycheck after deductions was $1,656.43, more than half of his pay gone before it even reaches our family. A large part of that loss is medical insurance. While the city contributes $1,700 per month, our family is still required to pay $1,324.60 out of pocket every month, not including vision and dental. That amount alone is overwhelming. What makes it even more difficult is that we were never given the opportunity to review our medical plan options, participate in open enrollment. Had we been provided that information, we would have chosen medical coverage through my employer at $632 per month, less than half of what we are paying now. After all deductions, my husband's take-home pay works out to roughly $20 an hour for a police corporal. And now on top of this, we have been told that we were undercharged for medical last year and we are expected to pay that money back. I want to ask this plainly. How is this the responsibility of the employee? We did not set the rates. We did not calculate the deductions. We did not process the payroll. Yet our family is being asked to absorb the financial impact of an error that was not ours. This comes after repeated payroll issues that have created ongoing uncertainty. It is incredibly difficult to plan a budget or feel secure when paychecks change and corrections keep coming. If we are feeling this pressure, then other families working for the city are feeling it too. This is not about one paycheck. This is about retention, morale, and whether the city of Ione can continue to keep experienced, committed employees. These are people who show up every day, who serve this community, and who rely on accurate pay and affordable benefits to support their families. When systems fail, the impact is not abstract. It shows up in households, budgets, stress levels, and difficult conversations around the kitchen tables. How can we afford to stay? My husband works nights, weekends, and holidays. He's been injured on the job. He's seen and carried things home that most people will never likely understand. He took a lower paying job to serve closer to home because he believes in this community. He is a community officer. He knows residents by name. He builds trust. He cares deeply about keeping Ione safe. But dedication does not pay medical bills. Loyalty does not fix payroll errors. And commitment alone cannot sustain families when take-home pay continues to shrink. I'm respectfully asking the city to look closely at medical benefit costs, enrollment transparency, payroll accuracy, and how errors are handled, not just for my husband, but for all city employees. Because when these issues go unaddressed, they affect morale, retention, and the long-term health of this organization. If this continues, the city will not lose good employees because they don't care. It will lose them because they simply cannot afford to stay. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jim.
I have a question for you if I can. So every place I ever worked, there's open enrollment.
Really not supposed to have.
Oh, really? Because
If-
usually you let people ask.
No, I made it very clear when I started as mayor that I was not going to allow conversations during public comment.
You have been doing that.
I have not been doing that.
If you don't want to take. I'll talk. Are you going to stay to the end of the meeting or, I mean, why? Let me get your phone number and I'll give you a call. Thank you.
Okay, next, please.
Good evening, everyone. Marcia Edick. My topic of conversation tonight is the protocol manual update and the special meeting which was held last week. I was doing some research and I found some interesting historical information in regard to updating the protocol manual prior to last Wednesday. It was an agenda item at a meeting on March 16th, 2021. And attached to that agenda was the 2008 protocol manual. It's about 50 pages long, and I actually have it with me here today. It comes complete with additions, deletions, red lines, modifications. It was drafted by Sophia Meyer, who apparently was the city attorney back then. So this was on the agenda for March 16th, 2021. The May 18th meeting agenda indicates the minutes for that March 16th meeting should be attached, but they're not. So we don't know really what happened with regard to this agenda item. But given the amount of time that was spent on this document, and there are so many red lines and additions and deletions, one would think that the protocol manual had been updated and was approved. But until we get the minutes for that March 16th meeting, we'll never really know. I spoke informally with Mr. White following last week's meeting about the protocol manual and specifically the legal costs involved for what has been done thus far. He gave me a ballpark estimate of $10,000 so far. And his estimate was maybe around 15,000 is what it's going to take before it's in its final version. As I said at last Wednesday's meeting, this special meeting came as quite a surprise because at the January 6th meeting, our mayor indicated that we were going to have one from our side and one from their side and an ad hoc committee. And then, of course, the next thing we know is we have an abruptly scheduled special meeting where the work has already been done. And as I understand it, direction is supposed to come from city council to the city attorney, but that certainly didn't happen. It's kind of unclear as to who gave the direction because as I listened to the video from last week's meeting, we had Mr. White saying one thing and Mr. Verinsky saying another. So either the direction came from the mayor or came from the city manager, depending on who you want to believe. My other comment is that, I'm sorry, at the 1 hour, 12-minute mark, Mr. Verinsky did thank the city manager for allowing their firm to prepare the agenda, if that means anything. The agenda last week on Wednesday had only one topic, which was the updates to the protocol manual. But what was weird to me is that Mr. White's comments encompass so many different topics. You actually have to jump to about the 45-minute mark of the meeting before you even get to a discussion on the protocol manual. Some of the topics that came up were, interestingly,
You have 30 seconds.
the city's lawsuit against Councilmember LaFane, alleged leaks out of closed session, justification of the firm's legal fees to the city, and many other topics. Interestingly, Mr. White indicated that the protocol manual was a top priority. However, when they came on board in December 2024, did you know that we had 46 meetings in 2025? And at no time in 46 meetings was the protocol manual on the agenda. Why is that? Listen to the meeting from last Wednesday.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, council members and community members. My name is Patricia Angija. I am the treasurer for Amador's Heart of Gold, which is a nonprofit organization that helps families experiencing childhood cancer in Amador County. I'm calling upon the Ione City Council members, also city staff members, to use your positions to please put pressure on the agencies operating in Ione specifically, and also all of Amador County. I saw Mr. Epperson in the audience as well, so I've gone to Board of Supervisors as well to ask for all of our representatives to please put pressure on these agencies. One major agency is the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, CDCR, specifically the Mule Creek Prison operating in our city of Ione. There have been a multitude of articles written by both local papers and also by The Appeal, which is a national paper, revealing the horrendous water conditions at Mule Creek Prison. And I just don't think it can be ignored, and their impacts on our city and our city's most vulnerable populations, such as the elderly and children. We've lost many children, most recently Logan Wilkerson. And I would really appreciate if you could please use your positions to look into these matters. If you find something or not, we should research them to the fullest of our ability, because no one deserves to have this happen to them, and no family deserves to go through that. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia.
Back again. First, I want to say thank you to you guys. That meeting last Wednesday, you guys got it uploaded within a day, so it was really nice. I know I brought it up before that it was taking a while to get that up. It's really nice when you get it right away, because like Jack was announcing events and it would go up a week after the event had happened. Basically, what I want to talk about here is the reason I'm concerned about money and stuff like that when I'm talking to you guys about protocol. The last finance manager, when he left, when he was going to Elk Grove, cautioned us that the city only had about 2 years worth of money left and that you guys need to get spending under control. He told us that the top producers for the city was, number one was Chevron, number two was the Chinese restaurant. We get 1 penny out of every dollar that's spent there that come into here. So that's why I'm the way I am, I guess, about watching the money. So to that point, I get it that the mayor and the city manager went to this thing in Sacramento, got all excited about it, wanted to come back and hire a law firm without getting 3 of you guys to vote to look at this thing. And to Marcia's point, apparently he's already into us for about 10 grand. On top of that, I'm looking through all these things now for spending, and I noticed that while Jody and the city manager were in Sacramento, Jody decided to hit us with a hotel bill. It's only 45 minutes away. We get to pay for his room and his meal. I'm glad the city manager didn't see fit to do the same thing. I commute that every day. It's 45 minutes. Even if I'm out at 10 o'clock, I still drive home. So if you look at this $477, that's $47,000 worth of Chinese rice and noodles to offset our mayor spending the night and having a nice meal in Sacramento. So I think that's a problem as well. And then the last one I have is girls softball. You guys talked about it. You sent it to George. He talked about it one time. We haven't heard anything back. When that Acra or whatever it was closing, we're all saying, hey, try to get that last 50. I think Diane Prager gave him hints on how to get there. Jody said he would help girls softball. I like to see the council make it a focus. He's supposed to be doing what you guys vote on. You guys voted on that. You told him to do it. We haven't had any update on that. The arena got 50,000 and softball's still left out. I know Dan Epperson tried to help him, and so did Diane, but in his updates or anything, he's not following through on what you guys are asking him to do. So that was my last little bit there. Thank you.
Okay,
Hello, council members. My name is Karen Brum Griffin. I have been a citizen of Ione for over 45 years. And although I no longer live in the city limits, my address is still Ione, and Ione will always be my home. I'm here today to address conduct by sitting council member Dominic Atlin that I believe crosses the line from political disagreement into ethnic harassment. For the last several months, Mr. Atlin continually refers to me by my initials as KGB. My initials are KBG. I have told him several times that it insults myself and my German heritage. He doesn't care. He went as far as to ask AI if it's an insult, and he said he thought I should have tougher skin and laughed it off. I don't have to justify why those initials are insulting to me, and he should have stopped. He not only continued, but he encouraged others to use those initials. It makes him no better than a bully, and in fact, everyone who's reached out to me has called him just that. In the United States, harassment is not limited to physical actions. Under federal and state civil rights laws, harassment includes verbal conduct that is insulting, demeaning, or hostile, especially when it targets a person's heritage or national origin. I have not once insulted Mr. Atlin or his heritage or anybody else's on social media or in person. I should not be attacked every time I'm on social media. I feel that he gets personal satisfaction over continually harassing and insulting me and my heritage. When such conduct is severe and pervasive enough to create an intimidating or hostile environment, it is no longer protected by free speech. It becomes misconduct. Public officials are held to a higher standard than a private citizen. Courts and ethics commissions have consistently recognized that elected officials have a duty to treat residents with respect and professionalism, including in public forums and on social media. It seems that Mr. Atlan does not think I deserve to be treated with respect and professionalism because I don't live in the city limits. The First Amendment protects criticism and ideas of policies. It does not give license to demean a person or personally attack a constituent. When a council member uses language that disparages an individual rather than addresses the issue at hand, it undermines public trust, chills civic participation, and damages the integrity of this body. Residents should not have to endure insults or cultural derogatory remarks simply for engaging in public discourse. I'm asking the council to take this matter seriously, to uphold its code of ethics, and to reaffirm the harassment, especially by those in position of power, has no place in our local government. Accountability is not punishment, it is commitment to respectful governance to the people you serve. In closing, as a council member, whether I'm able to vote for you or not, you should respect when someone is asking you to refrain from doing something they find insulting, harassing, or offensive, whether you feel it is or not. With that being said, I will be seeking legal advice to file appropriate complaints against Mr. Atlan, and I want to thank every member of the community that reached out to me to show their support and voice disgust towards the continued actions of Mr. Atlan when it comes to his harassment of me on social media. Mr. Atlan, you keep talking about accountability. You will be held accountable for your reprehensible behavior. I just hope it doesn't cost the city more in attorney's fees.
Mitzi Winley, Fairway Drive. I wanted to respond to Dave talking about softball. There's nothing more that I would rather see than softball out there. But George, and it's been said over and over at the meetings, they have to present plans for the field. The only way you can get grants is if the property is shovel ready. They have, as far as I know, they have not submitted plans, engineered plans. Once they submit those plans, things can move forward. But it is not the city's responsibility to do the softball plans, to get them engineered. They had a fundraiser. They should use that money for the plans, for the engineer. They just had last weekend was a great fundraiser for the baseball, and they did wonderful. I mean, softball has to get moving in order for it to move forward. It cannot move forward with any grants, with anything, till it's shovel ready with plans.
Thank you, Mitzi.
Larry Rose, you guys brought up a long time ago, about what, 2 months ago, a month ago, about the pollution from the prison. How come we don't have a committee? I know the county's got this stuff. I've got some paperwork from 2008 that proves that there was contamination in the wells. They do well tests on the Ringer Ranch, and you go up to the county and they say they didn't have no permits. Now, how about that? I wish one of you or somebody would so you go up to county and make the supervisors give them the stuff on the Ringer Ranch. They won't give it to you. That's wrong. There's a whole bunch of stuff covered up about that prison that's bad. Like Woodward Bottom doing them $22 million wasted. Thank you.
Jesse?
Good evening, public and city council, mayor. So just to address Ms. Engage's, did I get that right? I asked you once, I got it right. Her comments. So after that, when she came down, the supervisors, our Dr. Kerr, our public health officer, and our CAO had a lengthy discussion. They discussed about what the next steps would be. Right now, it's actually been referred to the state for them to do some digging around. On our end, we're studying what we can on our side. And then this is always reaching. It's the next step for the state to complete their initial evaluation and determine what next steps of evaluation should be. It'll be up to the state to make that decision and proceed as they feel appropriate. Environmental health is also doing a review through their CPUA responsibilities, and we'll see where that leads. Please understand that the allegation here that no one at the county is doing anything is not accurate. These are sorts of investigations take time to complete. So there is actually something going on. It's just taking time because that's the process. So we've referred that on to the state, and that's kind of the issue there. So I think that's it is moving. It just takes time for them to do investigation and find out what they find. So hope that helps a little bit.
Hey, anybody else for public comment? Okay, I guess we'll close public comment. Okay, we have no information items tonight. Consent calendar. We have any motion on the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
We have a first and second. Opposed? Okay. Council member.
No, what you're going to do, roll call votes.
Just a roll call with,
Right.
is any council member pulling an item?
I'll pull the warrants.
Okay, we'll pull the warrants. We'll move.
You can take a motion on the minutes. You can
Okay.
vote on the minutes.
Can we have a motion on the minutes, please?
Make a motion on the minutes.
Second.
First and second opposed?
Was in favor.
Okay.
I don't know.
Councilmember Mitchell? Approve?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Dominic, Mr. Atlan and
Minutes.
Councilmember LaFane.
You can call me Dominic, that's fine. Yes.
Okay.
On the minutes.
All those in favor say aye. Okay. All right.
I'm abstaining. I wasn't here.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess we will we'll go to the warrants. Okay, who would like to start?
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to pull it so I could vote no.
Oh. I had one quick question for city manager. Let me find it. On RRM, we hired them to do a capital improvement plan on Howard Park to add to our master plan. We paid them $79,000 upfront. We still don't have their final design, their product, but I keep seeing more bills coming in that the city is paying. So do you know how much we've paid them outside of the 79,000?
I don't believe we paid anything outside the 79,000, have we, Andrea? I think we've.
Well, we paid 79,000
Right.
upfront.
I don't think we paid them up front.
Oh, yes, we
We
did.
made progress payments.
We did.
I'll have her pull the file.
Okay. And I'm curious why we continue to have a credit on the Amador raw water account. Hey.
I'm actually glad you brought it up and thought Dominic would. This actually is the first time we've had a credit. Last time we brought it up, it was the 5,000. So I went and pulled the previous bills based on Councilman Atlan's last comments at the previous meeting. So I pulled the previous bill and the total amount due was the 4,852, which the 5,000 you were questioning last time. And that actually, the previous check hadn't hit yet. So that was actually the 2 months. So the water consumption, well, you'll be happy to hear, for 11/4 through 12/21 was actually $252. 1,749 of that is the service fee and 160 of that is the debt service charge. So the total bill for that time was $2,161.88. So that is correct. The 5,000 was actually two bills in one. So that's why we have that little, there's a little credit because she paid the 4,852.
Just, I was curious. I'd never seen it before.
Any more questions on the warrants? Yeah, I'm gonna go back to my old voting ways because I'm not used to my new proposed voting system. So, do you have a motion on the warrants, please?
Public comment?
Public comment? Yes, please. Public comment? Warrants? Okay, we'll close public comment. We have a motion on the warrants, please.
I'll make a motion, we pay the warrants.
Second.
Have a first and a second. Opposed?
No.
Who are you doing?
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Doing it.
I'm opposed. Now it's no. Okay.
No.
I'm still learning. I swear, guys, I'm trying my best. I know, I don't blame you. I'm confusing you. I know I am. I'm sorry. Okay, go to public hearing.
Wait, public hearing?
We do not have one in store today, so we're gonna move to the regular agenda. First up, we'll have Justin Granados of Tertiary Plan Update.
First, I would like to say, I will be recusing myself from items 1 and 2 due to a conflict of interest with a business entity and source of income. U.S. Mine is a mining company where I'm employed as a planning and maintenance manager. U.S. Mine is a subject of this easement. By being at the end recipient of the backwash water, I will leave the room.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I asked Mr. Granados to come here and give us kind of an update on the tertiary plant operations, especially in light of the second agenda. But there are many, many things going on. We recently met with I went to a regional water board meeting in Sacramento. So there are a lot of moving parts. So again, I asked Justin to give us a report.
Okay, great. Mr. Granados, please.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to give some context on where we are right now, because we're really in a unique and somewhat confusing window for the city. We're looking at roughly a 7 to 10 year window before some major changes happen with our regional partners. Sutter Creek is still years away from completing studies, finalizing designs, securing grants, building their tertiary facility, and ultimately having their own NPDES permit in place. Same goes for CDCR as they begin to become self-reliant on water disposal. At the same time, new growth through future developments will increase wastewater flows coming directly to our pond facility. While all this is happening, new growth through future developments is also something the city must plan for as we look ahead. We too are in about a 7-year window as we begin working with consultants to file applications for grant funding and to upgrade both of our infrastructures and permits to our facilities. So we're kind of at that confusing crossroads where it's hard to put together a capital improvement project that makes sense for long-term improvements if our water partners are potentially cutting ties. But during this 10-year window, we still need to make improvements and come up with solutions to address Ione's own water disposal and capacity issues as the city grows. This update ties directly into the AWA discussion that will be presented after me. If we have the opportunity to divert water from our wastewater treatment plant during this window while we begin to grow and make room for future capacity, I think that would be in the city's interest. 7 years from now, if both partners are out and Ione is relying solely on itself for water disposal, then maybe it makes sense to still have this AWA water, depending on how far along we are with our plans. But at the moment, this would help us out. Currently, we have 5 ponds that serve an agreement with Jackson Rancheria during the summer months. During the winter, the city is left to rely on unpermitted and illegal percolating ponds. Ponds 6 and 7 that were built without a permit were supposed to be also lined during the project of the lining of the other 5 ponds 10 plus years ago as part of the cease and desist order, but they never were. Because of that, we now have ponds and a plant that take on major inflow and infiltration issues in the winter months and can and have flooded during extreme winter conditions. Diverting this water away from the plant is another step towards showing the state that we are actively trying to fix the issues we are having at the pond plant. 7 years from now, my hope is that we have all ponds lined, storing water throughout the winter months and having the ability to rely on ourselves to irrigate the golf course in the summer, even if our partners were to continue providing water. With new growth through future developments, I think that future is possible. But in our current state, and with time not being on our side, diverting what water we can would help us out. I also want to be clear about a question that was asked regarding use. This water from AWA is gray water. It cannot be applied directly to Howard Park. Even tertiary treated water requires extensive signage, public warnings throughout irrigation areas, and nighttime irrigation scheduling to avoid human contact, and a lot of permitting. The AWA gray water currently makes its way to the secondary treatment pond plant and is only used to irrigate alfalfa. Even if we were permitted to irrigate Howard Park with it, the water would still have to travel from the ponds to the tertiary plant, be treated, and then we'd have to build a pipeline from the tertiary facility back to Howard Park. Lastly, I want to touch on the cost. I made a cost analysis while I was chasing my kids around in Disneyland, and it was wrong. It's $20,000 annually. 400,000 gallons a month for $2,000 is not feasible for the amount of treatment required. Treating water takes a lot of air, and if you notice this winter, one aerator after another kept going down due to the amount of work they are required to perform. If council does not approve this backwash diversion, then we need to increase the compensation to accept it. Otherwise, it's not sustainable, especially if they will be increasing flows to the plant over time with their growth. So this update is meant to show how all of this ties together and how it correlates to the AWA discussion tonight, buying time, reducing stress on the system, and showing the state that we are actively working towards a solution.
Thank you, Justin. Councilmember LaFane, any comments?
This is a complete 360 to what you've been saying to us for the last year. That's all I have to say. We've heard over and over and over how we're going to send water to Howard Park eventually through the interconnect, et cetera, et cetera. I know you're talking about the city sewer, but I'll just leave it there. It's probably not.
Sure. You'd like to, sure.
Yeah, it's Rosenberg Girls.
We are in a really unique and somewhat confusing window for the city. We've put together capital improvement projects, but because we don't know if ARSA is going to stay in or if CDCR is going out, it's really hard to build a capital improvement project and know which water we need to continue taking, which water we need to divert. This just says that we are in trouble with having percolation ponds that are illegal and that it would help if we could divert that water. But we are right now working with engineers and consultants to figure out a comprehensive capital improvement project that would be long-term for the city. And so, yes, it is a 360 from maybe a year ago, but building a pipeline is still on the table along with other options.
Okay, any further comments?
I have some questions, and happy to get some answers if you like or not. First of all, about building the pipe back to Howard Park, which you said we're going to need. Yeah, of course we are. But that goes in when they built the pipe from Howard Park to cross the easement. They could put another pipe in that way. There's already a pipe. There's already the backwash. It's really close to the either the raw water line or the easement. They could possibly put a pipe in at that time because they're going to do most of the crossing is what I'm saying. So if that was to be an option and they open the trench, then they should put another pipe in there so it could go back the other way if it needs to. Removing the problem with the backwash water is the aluminum, right? That's what makes it wastewater. And of course, there's some particles in there. But removing aluminum is easy. It's, active carbon filter is pretty easy to do. Also, aluminum isn't that toxic to soils. I don't know if you know what the pH of the soils are, but if at a certain level, it negates aluminum if that's the only thing in it. I've also asked for the contract between the AWA. I asked for this Friday or Saturday. I haven't got it, but they infer this is a little bit more next on the next item. But where's the contract? Because they're sending 7,500 gallons a day currently is what they say. That's not That's nothing. But you keep hearing 7,500, then you hear 300,000. I mean, it's all over the place. So where's the contract? Because what they say in the next thing is, well, we could be sending you 250 gallons a minute. So, or is it when I get to the next one, it's, where's the contract? Okay, they're basically saying, well, if you don't take this water, we're going to send this. Where's the contract? I haven't seen the contract. And you say how much are they paying us now? 20,000 a year? Or, because there was that 20,000 a month in there, but that's not correct. You're saying it costs the city 20,000 a month, but you're saying it's 20,000 a year, right? But we get paid by the water agency too, right? And how much is
You
that?
stand near the podium for this on record.
Okay, all right, all right. I'm just saying, I know we get paid, just want to know what that was. You talk about permitting, which is true, and signing. Well, they already do that over at the golf course. It's an easy thing to do. And you don't necessarily need to send it back to Howard Park. You could send it to the golf course where they already have the permits, they already have the signage, et cetera. And it doesn't look like you have because you don't know. But you know, we don't know what the other partners are going to do. But I mean, I would like a water balance done without ARSA and without CDCR. And it looks like, I mean, ARSA have told us they're gone. And the majority of the council are saying they're not going to use CDCR's water. So that's gone too. So we, in effect, do know what the other partners are going to do. We're not going to have them. You know, we may not have CDCR like in a few months, and ARSA is in a couple of months. So I'd like a water balance, you know, without those partners. Like, what do we have? You know, because potentially we may need to have that, you know, water to help us with our obligations. So those were my questions for this part. So thank you.
Well, I think a lot of those questions will be asked and will be answered in the next portion.
Thank
But
you.
just to clarify some of the comments made by Mr. Granados, there are a lot of moving parts going on at the present time.
Yeah.
Primarily due to, it seems like a lot of the entities are moving to secure their own disposal rights, because no one's sure of every entity's direction. I think ARSA, as we all know, they are developing their own plant. That's probably, in my estimation, between 5 and 8, 10 years away, because I know that that kind of facility is going to cost upwards of 25 to 35 to $40 million, and it goes up every year. CDCR water, that has not yet been determined. We are having a meeting here. We are arranging a meeting here in the future to determine the direction that you know, they would like to go versus what we would like to go. I'm trying to facilitate a meeting where everyone puts everything on the table and to decide what they want to do. But again, that's not 100%. So what we do know 100% is the next item on the agenda. So I'll leave it at that. Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Mitchell? I'm good also. Do we have any public comment?
You're talking about 5 to 10 years for ARSA water to be out of our system. In 5 to 10 years, we should be in a position to have our permitting completed. And we need to do our permitting anyway, because our interconnect project is not part of our permit. That needs to be done right now. And honestly, your agenda should have been reversed. You should have had Catherine Geese first, because she's talking about all of these things and what the city needs to do and addressing all of your disposal issues, where they're coming from, who's doing what. So, you know, having Justin speak before Catherine won't make a lot of sense. So I hope everybody sticks around for Catherine. Signage and permits, as Dominic said, it's not a big deal. We do need to get our permits done now. The interconnect project needs to be brought into the permit. Justin, you correct me if I'm wrong, but we are not currently permitted to pull that water. So we need to do that ASAP so we can back up when ARSA and we stop using CDCR water.
Good evening again.
One moment, please. I gotta make sure I'm doing this. I didn't do this before. Go to stop and then start. Reset. Okay, and then I'm gonna go to start. Okay. There we go. Okay, we're set to go. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, this relates to, I guess these two items are kind of attached to one another. So I have a letter addressed to Mr. Verinsky from the FPPC. And Janice, I'd like to give you a copy for the record. And any city council member who might not have seen this letter yet, if you're interested, please. I didn't ask you if it was okay if I approached. I'm sorry.
Billy does it.
I presume you have a copy.
I do.
Want another copy?
Sure.
So I came upon this letter accidentally today when I was doing some research on the FPPC. And it's interesting because this letter comes from them in response to Mr. Verinsky's letter, which was written on behalf of Mr. Rhodes. Don't know the date that Mr. Verinsky's letter was authored. And that apparently is why Mr. Rhodes has recused himself, because he is an employee of U.S. Mine, which benefits from this easement, whatever. So I have a few questions, mostly for Mr. Verinsky. Who instructed you to author this letter? And perhaps you're not going to answer, but I'm going to get my questions out there. Your letter to the FPPC on behalf of Mr. Rhodes needs to be made available to the public. We have their response, but I believe that your letter to them should be made public, and I'm hoping that will be posted to the city's website. I believe that you represented at last week's meeting that the law firm does not represent any single council member. And ultimately, it's up to a city council member to decide whether a conflict exists and whether they need to recuse themselves. And yet somehow you did get involved on behalf of a single council member and author a letter to the FPPC. And I'd like to know why. We'd like to know why. And specifically, what did this cost us taxpayers? And why did you get involved when you have represented that you represent the council as a whole and you take direction from the city council? The city council never authorized you to send a letter to the FPPC. Somebody did. I presume it was Mr. Rhodes. I always thought, based upon previous comments made here in council meetings, that city council members had a right to reach out to the FPPC themselves and ask, give the scenario of, here's the situation, and do I have a conflict or not? I believe that was the case. So, but that didn't happen in this case. You got involved on behalf of Mr. Rhodes. So I would like to ask each council member here in this room, Mr. Mitchell, Mayor Mehta, Mr. Atlan, Ms. LaFane, how many of you were aware of this letter from the FPPC that I just provided you before I provided it to you tonight? Or is this
You have 30 seconds.
information to you? So again, I'd like to know what this cost our taxpayers. And my final question is it possible that there's some financial incentive to the White Brenner law firm if this easement goes through? Thank you.
Okay, further comment, please?
I'd like to make a statement about that. I remember when Maynard Law sent one to the FPCC about Dominic and his managing golf course. I've got the letter at home and I can show you. And a lawyer wrote that. Maynard Law wrote it to the FPPC.
Good evening.
While he was on a retainer.
Let's stick to public comment, please.
Big difference.
Supervisor Epperson, go ahead.
Sure. Different hat. I'm ARSA board member. So currently right now, ARSA is still functioning. They were trying to shut it down last year, I think probably before I got on the board, I'm not sure, fought with them for 12 years. But that being said, so right now, like I believe Sutter Creek is taking the lead on the new wastewater treatment plant. I think we're all pretty aware the math is really tough. I mean, you spread out $20 million, that's the low estimate over 1,200 ratepayers. I mean, it's pretty dark. I don't know how that happens. I don't really have a real say so in that right now. I'm on the ARSA board, but I'm not part of that planning process. The city largely is. Just to kind of clarify, so I believe ongoing ARSA should be wrapping up here soon enough, and then that will be Sutter Creek's wastewater treatment plant. From what I understand, I'm pretty sure that's accurate. I just wanted to clarify that just for the board's edification.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we'll close public comment. Okay. Does anybody else have something to say?
Mayor, I'm happy to respond to
I
comments now or
was
later.
going to ask you that. I was looking at my notes here. Yes, please, Mr. Vrinsky. Now that we close public comment, please.
And any council member can reach out for help in drafting a request letter to the FPPC. So that direction came from the city manager, and so we assisted with drafting the letter to the FPPC, just like any council member can do before an item comes before an agenda. And just as a reminder, it seems there might be some confusion of we're primarily engaged through the city manager, and some things are through the council, but not everything most things we do will not come from the majority of the council, and it'll come from the city manager. So we're at that service to help craft an FPPC request letter, since is a legal inquiry and can be very fact specific, and we have an idea of what the FPPC might want to see to guide them in their analysis. That service is available to each council member when they have a concern about a potential conflict.
Well, this is a very damning letter, I'll say that.
Okay, so let's move on. We're going to have Mr. Ferrera up next here. Get my glasses. Okay, we're gonna, number 2 is to authorize staff and legal counsel to prepare and execute an easement agreement with Amateur Water Agency. Ms. Ferrera, would you like to, no, absolutely, Mr. Lee, staff report, please.
Hang on, before we do, I have a point of order.
Okay.
So I'm so thrilled to hear that at the start of the meeting that you're going to abide by Rosenberg's rules of orders. And I don't think you're going to, but let's see. This is for you. Okay. So I just handed Mayor Maida Rosenberg's rules of order,
What if
the
this,
protocol manual, the Robert's rules of order.
Councilmember Allen, this isn't a point of order.
this is a speech right now.
We're on item.
You had a speech earlier.
We're
Come
on
on.
item L. We're on
to have a
item
speech.
L2.
Let me get to the point.
You can do this in council comments.
Let me get, no.
You can
This
just
this
count
is
the
a point
comments.
of order.
Point of order has been denied by the chair.
No, I have a point of order.
It's just
This is a revisit of a motion.
for this. You can do this in council comments.
This is a revisit of a motion. I have to address it now. But if you want to overrule me, go ahead. That's
I'm
fine.
overruling
You had a point of order. It goes to the chair.
Thank you. Just want to, for the record, I made an objection that this is a revisit of something we already did last March, and it's been brought back again illegally.
Okay, it's over. Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
You're welcome. Thank you for the, I don't mind being ambushed. Doesn't bother me whatsoever. Okay, so anyway, I lost my game now, but go ahead, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Amateur Water Agency is planning a major upgrade to their Ione treatment plant. AWA estimates this upgrade to cost upwards of $11 million or more. As part of this upgrade, AWA is requesting an easement along the edge of Howard Park as shown in the attached map. The purpose of this easement is to dispose of the backwash water that the city presently processes at its wastewater ponds, and instead send all the water and sludge to U.S. Mine Corporation, who has accepted the processing responsibility. The merits of granting the easement are significant, which will be presented by Mr. Rick Ferrera of AWA. Mr. Ferrera is here to make a presentation on the easement and benefits to the city of Ione. Mr. Ferrera?
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Ferrera, welcome.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. appreciate the time. I think this has been in front of the council before. I was not here, so I'm not sure how in-depth the conversation got, but I would like to,
Even he said it's
first of all, a little bit of
Agreed.
background for myself so everybody knows who I am. I am the Operations and Engineering Manager for Amador Water Agency. I've been with them 6 years as tomorrow. I was reminded tomorrow's not here, but I'm going to count tomorrow. I have been in the business since 1987, so I've got a lot of experience in water, wastewater, recycled water, and hydroelectric. So this is my career, both in civil, heavy civil, and in utilities. So I'm over here. I live in El Dorado County, so I don't really know anybody here. I'm from a whole other county, but I work over here, and I love this county to work in. I like it a lot. So anyway, so you've got the map in front of you, and you can see the easement that the alignment that we're going to come from the water treatment plant, and then across the Highway 104, down through the old racetrack, around, and then over to Brickyard, and then under 124. And that's really the alignment. So we have easements working with Caltrans, the county, and then also we're looking for an easement from the city itself to finish the alignment. So if we do not get the easement from the alignment here, we will probably then have to retreat to another project or continue right now to dump all of our wastewater to the city sewer system. And so the idea was for us to relieve that pressure on the city sewer system and divert it and take it to a private disposal, which U.S. Mines has agreed to do that. And so I want to remind everybody that, one of my positions, jobs here in my position is to make sure that we provide the best water and wastewater for our customers at the lowest possible cost. And that was the real driver of this project was, what do we do with this and how does it look going forward? So as you know that, your staff or your consultant is working on your wastewater treatment plant, it takes a lot of planning, it takes a lot of effort and a lot of money. And I think that people really have to understand this is a waste product. This is not something that we want. Right now, we handle it, and what we have to do is spend a lot of money with staff and to send the water itself just to the city sewer. But we handle all of the sludge right now in-house, and we have to truck all that off. It is a waste product. It is under a permit, and it is not something that we can just go lay out in the lands on anywhere we'd like to do it. It does have aluminum in it. So I've heard Council Atlan mention that, so it is got aluminum product in it. Treating aluminum, it can be treated, but it's an expensive endeavor. And we, in our business, really don't want to be in the treatment of sludge and wastewater. We would love to be treating domestic drinking water, and we would love to handle our water treatment plants that we have, and we have 11 of those already. So this is a real benefit to the agency. If we are able to make this agreement with the city and this easement, we would love to send this right over. The backwashed water right now is sent there during the day. And I think what we do is we try to work with the city, but I want to remind everyone that the agreement that the city has with Amador Water Agency historically was up to 250 gallons a minute, 24/7. That's what the agreement was. Right now, we're dumping probably around 80 gallons a minute to the city sewer. We would love to move all of that water through this new system and over to U.S. Mines, and that's the purpose of it. So really, the agreement between Amador Water Agency and U.S. Mines would divert all water and the sludge itself to U.S. Mines, and they would be handling that product, the waste, the aluminum, the water, and the sludge itself, and it's all under their permit. We would have nothing to do with this. So this, to me, is I've never seen a situation where we have like a win-win where we can give a product like this that we don't want, that's a wastewater under the state of California, to a third party that would be able to handle it. And this is really an interesting project for us, and it's a good project for us as a water agency. And working with the city to get the easement would really be really wonderful for us. But I mean, it's a great project. It is already 100% designed. It's complete. And we've got 100% on the environmental is complete. So this project is far along in the process, just so everyone knows that. So we have spent about $800,000 just in design and environmental so far to date. And we are ready to move forward with easements right now. So Caltrans, the county easements, those are the ones we're working on right now. And we've got a couple other private ones we're working with, but the one with the city is the biggest easement. And once we get this, if it would be, allow us to continue to move forward with all the other ones that are private. But Caltrans and the county is not an issue with us. We're going to be having to bore and jack under both highways to move the line through. So basically, pretty straightforward project. I mean, to me, I look at this as a win-win project for the Amador Water Agency, the county itself, the customer base itself. It is something that once we send this down to them, they handle it. It reduces the overhead and the cost to our treatment itself and to our customers, and controlling costs is a huge issue going forward. There is nothing getting cheaper. Everything's getting more expensive, and this would really be an advantage from a standpoint of a cost standpoint, labor standpoint, material, and pumping for us on our side. So to me, it's straightforward. It's a great project. I don't see anything that would be disruptive or harmful to the city itself. It's underground, out of sight. It would be piped in a product called HDPE pipe that's bulletproof. They lay it out in the desert, out in Saudi Arabia on the sands at 120 degrees. It can be outdoors. This is going to be underground, and it's a very small line. It'll work very well. So to me, this is really straightforward. I'm 100% behind us moving it that way. I would love to get off the city sewer to relieve all of the water that we're sitting there right now. And if we do that, then the city doesn't have to treat our product. Another third party treats it and they get to handle it. So that's kind of the project in a nutshell. I don't know if there's any questions from the council here.
Can you go over the upgrade of the plants, what you're doing for the plants?
Yeah, if you would like me to go up the plant upgrade itself. So there's an Ione reliability project. So the Amador Water Agency is working on 6 projects right now, approximately $50 million of projects right now. 2 of them are in Ione. One is this backwash carrier line, which is the backwash process, and the other one is the upgrade of the Ione reliability of the plant itself. And right now, the big issue we have at the plant is the clarifier. There's a clarifier that takes the solids out of the water. So the water comes from basically the Moke River from the watershed. It comes all the way down from Lake Tabo, all the way to here. We treat that water, but the clarifier itself is very old. It is undersized, and it doesn't allow hydraulically the water to move from the clarifier to the filter bed. So there's a project just to redo the clarifier so we can get more water to the filters. And basically that allows us to get it to our permitted capacity of 4 MGD, which allows us to continue operating at that facility. And if anybody has been there, some of the council members have, it is a very postage stamp site. There's not a lot of room. It was built back in the 60s and it's been expanded and expanded. This helps reduce our cost to moving the plant over to the Ione Reservoir, and that Ione Reservoir plant would be tens of millions of dollars more than what we already are looking at. We can't afford it, so we're trying to do the best we can with what we have, fix what we have in place, and continue with this for the next 20 to 30 years as it sits right there on the site just up the hill here.
Thank you. I'd like, Mr. Lee, would you explain the development situation regarding the expansion of the plant and the help that we're going to need regarding?
Questions I think that would be helpful to the audience is that the plant upgrades, will that help capacity?
Yeah, so right now we are at max capacity because there's a hydraulic restriction between the clarifier and the filters. That's going to get fixed, and that's going to take us from 2.8 max day to 4.0. So it does allow us to go to permitted capacity. So it allows more connections. That is really the reason that the board has a resolution right now on new connections. Once this is accomplished, then the new connections are released. We can release that and allow people to connect. So this basically it does a lot. There's chemical side to it. There's a new power side to it from PG&E. There's the clarifier. There's the filters. There's some flow controls. There's instrumentation. I mean, it's a fairly large project that's going to be. People have to remember we're going to be running the treatment plant and then also upgrading the treatment plant at the same time. So it's a very difficult project to do, but it does bring. This is something that the county Amador Water Agency has battled a long time that this plant had a hydraulic restriction. No one knew where it was. We figured it out, and now we're moving forward with the project.
Is it accurate right now that Ione is under a moratorium?
So is a microphone.
I'm not going to use the word moratorium. I'm going to use the word on connections. Right now, there's just a connection. You could use the word moratorium, but right now the connection issue is, so if someone wants to come and connect, if you're not on will serve already, you're going to have to come to the board and ask to be connected. So it is preventing developers from coming in through the door or planning their projects until we get this done. So, and we have projects in front of us. They're working with us. We know who they are. We would love to get this project pushed through and move the plant to a higher capacity. One thing we need to understand, and when we do that, and if we do not take this water over and waste over to US Mines, now the increase is all going to the city sewer system and to the city treatment plant. So we're going to be increasing it. So taking this off of the city sewer for the future reduces the treatment on your side and the cost on your side. So basically, somebody was asking, I think it was Councilman Ackman. Atlin, I'm sorry. I apologize. Dominic,
Dominic is good.
Yes, that's how I usually call you. So it's about $1,400 a month average that we pay you to dispose of the water. Not a lot, but that's what it is. But it's going to increase, and we can go up. We're about 80 gallons a minute. We can go up to 250 gallons a minute. So we can really tax the city sewer with our water and our waste. So.
Well, one of the biggest things that I'd like to stress on, in addition to what Mr. Ferrer is saying, is that right now, for the past 10 to 15 years, one of the biggest issues is that we have no commercial growth. Okay, everybody's been complaining about, hey, we've had a lot of building, but we have no sources of revenue, and that is dependent on commercial growth. And so we are somewhat inhibited because we don't have capacity. As Justin said earlier, we are working through a 1100 project that has been submitted. I've been working diligently on a couple projects that hopefully will bring in a hotel retail to the commercial center at Castle Oaks. So there's a myriad of things that we need in terms of capacity. Without, this additional capacity, I think the city would be hard pressed to have any more growth. And I'm talking about specific growth. I'm not just talking about crazy growth. I'm talking about specific growth, like a hotel, like some more commercial, that will drive commercial revenue. Right now, we have zero. The commercial revenue has been the same for the past 10 to 15 years. Hasn't gone up. What has gone up is our costs in terms of taking care of the roads and streets. So again, the biggest challenge that Ione has right now is how to develop revenue. And so our avenues to raise revenues are very limited. That's one of the reasons why I do believe that Howard Park is going to be a revenue generator sometime in the future. The staff is working diligently on getting caught up in terms of sources of revenue. So I think all these things tie in together, and why this upgrade of the plan is so important to the city in terms of not just growth, but specific growth where we need it in terms of creating some much needed revenue. Anything else, Mr. No
Okay.
questions?
Any questions, Councilman Levine?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
I think where some of us council members have had some issues is this has been going on for years, this plan. I've read read the Ione backwash, read your reliability. I do see that you're going to be creating some bonds, and there is language in there that says what the bonds don't cover will go to the taxpayers, will be rate increases. But what I can't wrap my head around is you've already completed your CEQA, correct? You started it in 2024 and you completed it in 2025 at Howard Park. And so how did you justify all that without the city's easement?
So the environmental documents have to go first. One of the issues that we have here is from a standpoint of our WIFIA loans that we're going to get, we have to be shovel ready. We have to have our environmental done. That is one of the part of the process of the WIFIA. So a big portion of the funding of this is EPA WIFIA loans. And that is what drives the sequence of the projects when it comes to environmental and design. So they won't let us move forward unless we have proven and have spent the money to put forward basically shovel ready. That's how the federal government likes to look at it. If we do not do that, then we will not have a project ever. So we have to move forward with environmental first, then design. And as we've been working with WIFIA for the last year in parallel, so these are all parallel processes that we do together. And so basically we did have short-term bonds that funded this to go forward. Those bonds are going to be reissued. We're working right now with WIFIA and our financial team, and probably by April, May, we will have answers on how the financing is going to go with all of them, but we still have enough money to move the projects along right now. We approximately have 14 to 15 million left in our first bond to do that. So we're in good shape there, but this project is not our first order of business, but it is this project would have to go in our sequence would go prior to first phase would be this easement and this pipeline for backwash prior to doing the reliability project. And the reason is because when we tear the plant down, we're going to have a place to move all the sludge and all the water all at once. And we're not going to be able to run the recycle center in the plant that we have without this. And we cannot do the plant process upgrades without it. So this is a key component in a phasing of the project. So without this, this will probably delay the other process, or we'll have to find another way to try to tear the plant down, run the plant at the same time, and also dispose of backwash water. So that's.
I've read all your attempts, and I've read your E Corp study, the money you've spent. You spent a lot of money, but you didn't have an easement, was my question. I have all your emails. I have all your conversations. I see many emails where, we've got the mayor acting as the point of contact, both for the city and US Mine at the same time to facilitate the E Corp study and the easement under the railroad track. So I guess my next question is, who gave you approval to conduct the CEQA study from the city?
Everything goes through our POE committee, which is our planning operations.
No, I mean, who at the city gave you approval to do that?
No, I don't have an answer to that. I don't know if that has gone to the city. Our board of directors gives me the direction and then I go
No,
forward.
I mean, you guys performed a CEQA study on city property. Who gave you permission to come out and perform the study?
I would have to go back and look at that. I don't have that.
What is your project timeframe? It sounds like you're much further than we thought.
Well, as I said, we're 100% designed. Environmental is 100%. I will be bringing to the board the POE committee on this Thursday, to talk about schedules. So I do not have a schedule. The board will, and the committee, the POE committee, which is the full board for this, will be deciding that on how they want this to move forward and the timeline.
Okay. And I know Justin's probably prepared for this, but how come you didn't come to the city with to try and find a solution? Because I think the council at that time would have said, let's see what we can do to help them out if they help us out. It's doable if everybody put their mind to it. I mean, Amy Gedney, some of you remember her, she would come out here and say, Ione can be water brokers if we build our plant up and all of the improvements. I mean, she said it continually. Even if we don't need all of that water, we could sell the water. And I don't agree that we cannot use it. If someone else can develop a plant to use it, we can develop a plant to use it. And I'm not going to take all night because we've already gone that far. AWA stands to make a lot of money on this because with 1,100 new homes, you guys get a hookup. I think you're at 28,000 per build. And Larry McKinney told us last time he was here, our rates will go up no matter what. point blank asked him, he said they're always going to go up. So I don't see it as a win-win. I don't see the taxpayers of Ione benefiting whatsoever. I see growth. A lot of taxpayers, people don't want growth. And you know, all of these things went through the water board. I have a feeling that's why we have a new city attorney. It was on their radar. And I personally need more information, and I'll pass it on to Dominic. Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, this is for Janice. If people want copies, they're welcome to have it. Okay, so I'll be quick. I agree that you said this has come before us before, which was my point to the mayor. Shouldn't be back here at all, but it is. Seems like you've been negotiating for a couple of years with a person that now all of a sudden decides he's got a conflict and he's out, or decided to ask if he had a conflict. Should have asked that 2 years ago. Where's the agreement that we take the 250? Is it a handshake? Because I keep asking for the agreement and I don't get the agreement. So where's the agreement with between AWA and the city of Ione that we will take up to 250 gallons per minute? Where's that agreement?
I haven't been able to find it.
Okay, so there's no agreement. It's one of those backdoor handshake deals that are always here in Ione. The water agency, for years, and I've been saying this before I was even on the council, you have not been paying enough to the city of Ione to go into our wastewater system. If you converted your gallons per minute to EDUs, you should be paying us, instead of 1,400 a month, about 20,000 a month. Okay, and we would have all been better off if that were the case. So the water agency for years decided to not do anything about the backwash plan because they were paying, I think, $1,200 a year at one time before I got on the council. So it was way cheaper for you to just send it to Ione than to do the work that you knew one day you were going to have to do. And now that day's here, and it's like, hey, this is a great deal for you. You know, you got to do it or whatever. We are going to be short of water for our commitments to the Jackson Rancheria and the golf course. Most likely, we haven't done a water balance yet. That was a question that I asked earlier. So we may need to use this water to supplement our commitments to those two entities going forward. So that needs to be looked at first of all. I believe we can get to some kind of agreement, but we need to have some more discussions. We need to make sure that we can fulfill our obligations, et cetera, before we, move forward with this. And I'm going to go to the money. Okay. Have the win-win. So Ione doesn't need the capacity right now, has been getting underpaid for years. This is what the water agency is going to get. At $25,000 a hookup, that's $27.5 million that the water agency will get for 1,100 homes. Okay. And how much does Ione get out of that? Nothing. Okay. The water agency will charge $1,200 per year or $1.32 million per year for service and debt fees. How much does Ione get from that? Nothing. Okay. The water agency will charge, have you seen the latest increases? $7.76 per unit of water, or let's say $1,500 per year for a total of 1.65 million gallons per year for 1,100 new homes. How much does Ione get out of that? Nothing, not a penny. Water agency will save, they're saying this is going to save them a lot of money. They're going to save $8 million in construction costs. How much of a kickback does Ione get for that? Oh, same answer. These are easy answers, by the way. It's always no or zero. Just a little heads up there. Will Ione get a discount for its residents' water bills? No. Will Ione get a discount to help with Howard Parks? It's going to be $200,000 a year to irrigate it. It's already $100,000. Will they get a discount for that? No. Will Ione get a discount for any water it uses at its City Hall or any of the other buildings? No. Will the water agency provide water for irrigation purposes to the Jackson Rancheria's fields or the Castle Oaks Golf Course if the city has a shortfall? The answer to that is no. The city of Ione and its taxpayers will get nothing from the water agency. And the water agency will make close to $100 million over a 20-year period. Is this a win-win? The answer is no. And then if the other favorite thing the water agency does, because I've got 10 years of letters from the water agency going back to 2013. I've actually got them from like 95. Like, hey, this is the rate increase. If you vote this in, if you do the gravity supply pipeline, your rates are never going to go up every time they go up. So let's just go back 10 years. So in 2013, a unit of water was $1.92 a unit. And the service and debt charge, which is if you don't use any water at all, was $20.52, right? In 2021, it was $2.44 and $51.75. Currently, it's $5.25 and $76.96. So if you don't use any water at all, it's like $100,000 a year. But in the end of the raises that are going to kick in soon, it's going to be $7.76 per unit and $101 for the service and delivery fee. So if you use no water at all, you got to pay $1,215 a year. And it used to be 120 when they started to tell us, if you vote this in, your water rates are going to stay low or they're not going to go up. So it's gone from $120 to $1,200. You better be ready for a $4,000 a year water bill. Okay. And that's going to be a real hardship to the taxpayers. Let's go to Howard Park. So that's a different kind of water. That's rural water, which is maybe we could use some of this water there. It's going to need treatment. Yes, I get that. But in 2013, it was 57 cents a unit, and it was $113 for the service fee. Okay. I'm just going to cut all the way to 26 here in 2030. It's $3.38. That's gone up, what, 7 times? And it's $3,000 for the service fee. Okay. So Howard Park's going to go up at least $75,000. It's already 100. And what that's going to do is make it, the city's going to have to put its rates up. Oh, that's coming in about 2 items time. They're going to have to put the rates up for all the users of the park in order to cover their water costs. So I don't think this is a win-win for Ione. What I'd like to see is something in return for the Ione taxpayers. Like, okay, we will give you X amount of raw water. We will build you whatever, because we're going to make a lot of money and we're going to kick something back to you. So I think this could get done, but not the way it is. Because right now, and the contract's already signed with the U.S. mine. And it's like, there's no out. There's no, how about we have in the contract that maybe if the city of Ione needs it, they have a way to get into that contract, but there isn't one. So I think that, I just don't see a win here for the taxpayers of Ione, not at all. And I will vote accordingly.
Councilman Mitchell, would you have a comment?
Yeah, a few years ago, I visited the Ione water plant, and at that time was told by the operators that they were running at 100% capacity on most days, for many days, quite often running over 100% capacity on machinery that quite often can fail. There's a backwash issue. They can't process enough to go fast enough. I asked with the backwash, what could be done. They said if they could divert it, which is basically what this plan is the diversion. You mentioned in your presentation that if it does not work out, you'll retreat to another project. The other projects I've heard of from the Amador Water Agency, and I won't get in you over your rates because I hate water rates, as does everyone, I think. And you can bet they're all going to keep going up. I will tell you, if this doesn't go through, one, we're at no capacity for economic growth for your town. Two, the retreat to another project, the project I heard about at that time from AWA employees, and I forget if it was the manager or the employee, was basically a project of 25 to 35 million, maybe upwards of 45, depending on how long it take, and that would then be laid over to the ratepayer, meaning you. So you can either divert, get some capacity, hold down your rates, and buy time. And that's what this is, kids. We're buying time to figure out pieces. But if we don't do it, your rates are going to go up a lot faster.
This, to me, this is a win-win situation. I feel very strongly about this. I do realize that some consideration has been given, and I believe some opposition at times is if anything has to do with the name roads, is anything near it is an automatic opposition. So I want to throw that out there. I met with Mr. Ferreira for quite some time and explained it to me thoroughly, and I'm not an idiot. I realize he does work for the AWA, but we both represent ourselves in the best way for our respective agencies. And I believe in him, believe what he's saying, and I believe this will help. We're at a crossroads when it comes to water in this town. And I'm not going to get into a big, long speech about everything, but it does have my support.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to make some comments before you go to public comment, but I understand Mr. Atlin's, comments with respect to all the things that have gone in the past. But again, we're talking about the past. I cannot do, and no one here can do anything about the past. That past is done. So we're here and now. We're here with some information. AWA has committed a significant amount of money, time, and energy to move forward. In terms of the benefits to Ione, I can think of many benefits to Ione, especially when it comes to the potential 1,100 homes. Because yes, will AWA be responsible for getting them water, and will they be paid? Yes, that's the way it works. But in addition, the city will also benefit in terms of every house that's built. We get building permit fees. We get recreational fees. We get all fees to be negotiated. That's how the city lived for the past 10 to 15 years on building permits. There's no more building permits now. That's one of the reasons why the city is scrambling to find ways of generating revenues. The building permits have gone dry. So again, if this doesn't pass, then again, I'm sure that AWA will find a way, and like Mr. Mitchell says, the rates will go up faster. But I'd like to close out by saying that, hey, from my understanding, and I've checked with other municipalities, easements are granted routinely between municipalities. And in terms of what AWA in terms of did for the city of Ione in terms of a partnership situation, I mean, they instigated and they reached out to us with respect to the Picnic Hill project. Okay, I mean, they got the grant from DWR for almost $900,000. To me, that's a partnership. And in Amador County, you have to develop partnerships to do any business. So again, in my personal opinion, some may agree that there's no benefits, but I think the benefits far outweigh the potential negatives of this situation. Because again, they will get this plant built one way or another. They'll get it done. But, depending on how they get it done, who's going to pay? I think Mitchell is accurate in that if they don't get it done this way, they're going to get it done another way. But I do believe that the rates will go up significantly higher faster. So again, we're just trying to be good neighbors. But again, to me, the pros outweigh the cons by an enormous amount. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ferreira.
You're welcome.
I'd like to open it up very much. I'm going to open up the public comment now.
He's on the AW board. Oh, no, he left, huh?
Gary Thomas, resident of Ione today, former city council member, start your clock, dude.
What?
Start your clock.
Oh,
Get unlimited
I don't want to cheat anybody here.
I'm one.
And former AWA director
Forgot he wasn't here.
for 16
good.
years.
All right, thank you.
But when I was on the council, we had situations existing with the water agency and so forth. They backwash the wastewater stream goes to the Ione plant. Yes, everybody knows that. But they probably don't remember that Preston used to go also to our wastewater plant. And about 1999, 2000, so forth, Preston quit delivering the wastewater to Ione and went to Mule Creek directly. So we had a realized capacity of about 200 homes then. So that's what we're kind of looking at today, is how to get that waste stream out of the plant down there so that you can see your growth or something like that. Your revenues is what's really hurting the city. This is not the first time you've heard this. That is a well-known fact. You guys need revenues to run your city. So there's benefits that are outweigh not doing this project. The waste stream gets out of the Ione ponds. When they backflush, when I was on city council in the summer, they backflush more because there's more water use in the summer because of irrigation and so forth. They were flooding the elementary school, was flooded twice in the one summer. So people like me started asking, why does the AWA have to backflush so much? Why are they backflushing? Can't they do a backwash to the backwash? And that was all done and so forth. So that was realized. But if you're talking what you're talking about today, you're talking about present value. That's always going to go up, the impact on your wastewater system. There's always going to be room to talk. This is just today about an improvement for an easement. It does not exclude you guys from going and talking about the benefits to Ione and so forth. It doesn't shut that door. There'd be a lower cost to AWA and ultimately the Ione citizens. And that doesn't just go to Ione. That the AWA has Sutter Creek, Jackson, and so forth. And the cost would be also going to them as well. Management best practices. When you're going for grants and so forth, and yeah, they're drying up, but there's still grants that are out there, and there's going to be grants out there in the future. When you're using best management practices, you're going to be sending water that's no good to nobody else to the U.S. mines of the world instead of shipping them raw water from the Moke River. That's not a very good use of water when there's other waters that is able to be used. So you need to consider that one as well. I already talked about the elementary school flooding twice. It must be near that again in the summertime with all the uses and so forth. We don't need another excuse to have the elementary school relocated somewhere else. Alumna is hard to get out of water.
30 seconds.
The cost is high. Yeah, your present value and so forth. Anyway, it is the benefits far outweigh. This is just an approval for the easement. It does not shut the door on a negotiation with the Amador Water Agency for what's to come, monies here or there, and so forth. Please.
Okay, thank you.
I wasn't going to speak, but after what Dominic was preaching to us, Dominic.
One second here, Andy. 1 second, buddy. Gotta get those beeps done.
Well, I could have used his time too, you know. Well,
That's
I
not.
think that's 5 hours and 43 minutes. Buckle up, kids. It's
Went to 5 minutes.
I might need,
They think this is fun.
What hit what?
Woman.
For the next 4 hours, Andy's going to sing some songs for you.
okay, I wasn't going to speak tonight, but
Saturday,
after,
Sunday, Monday.
oh,
It's gonna come.
can I talk? What can I talk? Please let me
Here we go. Okay.
Okay. I wasn't going to get up tonight, but after Dominic preached to everybody here, I want you to know he doesn't know the law. He just throw out a bunch of stuff. The water works, you should know this, this is an easy law. The water works cannot give anybody a discount, senior citizens, anybody. Because like the landfill can, that's private, they can, but the water works cannot give you a discount. You should know that. Don't say a word, that's what you know, you don't know anything. Wait a minute.
You're wrong.
No, they cannot give you a water hookup discount to one person. That's against the law. Because they would have to do it to the whole, every customer. If they give Ione $100,000 for something, they'd have to give it to everybody. I hate to tell you that, but that's a law, Dominic. And another thing, You people don't realize, I have 2.5 acres in the county that has Amador water. Okay, it's zoned for apartments and duplexes. I had it sold, but I don't care if I sell, but I had it sold. And they were gonna build apartments and stuff, but as soon as they found out it has one water hookup, but it wasn't enough. So the guy says, well, I'm gonna move on, you know, so I said, okay. He said, when you get enough, when they let you do enough water hookups, we might come back. So I'm telling you right now, Ione is dead. If you don't let them do this, they're not gonna give you no more water permits because they're not gonna have no capacity. Because they're gonna go on to some other project. And another thing is the reason the water goes up, if you read the paper, studied the state laws, the reason our water goes up is because the state demands so much of them. It's just like when you build a house, you keep raising the permits. Like a water heater, you got it up to $400 or you're gonna raise it to 400. So it's not the water works' fault, it's the state. It's the Democrats down there. I'll even say Democrat. They keep putting all this bullshit on them. So I mean, Dominic, read the paper and learn the laws. I know you're gonna come back and you're gonna say, I don't know what I'm talking about, but you know, once in your life, you've been on this city council for I don't know how long. Once in your life, vote for this, because it's the best thing for the developers. Just like he said, nobody's gonna come here. Like if I was gonna build something in Ione, as soon as I found out there was no water, boop, boop, bye. That's what they did on my property up there. It's sitting there. It's paid for and it's in a family trust and we don't care if we sell it or not, but one of them wanted to sell it, so we said, okay. But as soon as we get water capacity on that property, it's going. It's gone. They're gonna start building apartments. So I don't know it's a win. Because as soon as they do this project, everybody in Ione should know this. As soon as they do this project, we might get a hotel. They can't build a hotel because they can't get no water. So what are you gonna do? Dominic, for once in your life, vote for something that benefits the public, please. I know you already got your mind up to say no. But please, for once, for the city of Ione, before you say you're not gonna run no more. Just do one good thing. We might put a plaque up said, Dominic voted for this up here. Hey, yeah. But no, you gotta think about this. You don't like Stacy. You're
Got
mad.
30 seconds.
You don't like Stacy.
That's not true.
And she doesn't like Stacy. We know that. And because he works out there, you think he's gonna get a benefit? Stacy might leave and go get another job somewhere else. He's not gonna benefit by it.
Really?
So
That's not what they.
please, Dominic, for once in your life, vote for something that's gonna help us city folk
Consider
out.
your pleading.
No, you
Okay.
should.
Pleading
No, you
consideration.
should.
Okay.
But I want you to look the laws up. The waterworks cannot give anybody a discount.
Thank you, Andy. Let's go with this.
I don't know if I can come close to Andy there. Oh, timer. I got 47 minutes.
Not what I said.
You can sneak in an extra minute. Go, go, go.
I'm waiting for it to tick. There we go. Okay, so I can't top Andy, obviously. But,
Okay, you're all set. Go
all
ahead.
right, so I get 10 bonus seconds.
Yeah, so you'll get 10
Anyhow,
seconds.
so the way I see this, if we look at it just from Ione, you got two separate private entities that are for profit. If they want to go through Howard Park, I think we should get something out of it. So my suggestion would be, if they're gonna dig a trench and put a pipe through there, Howard Park should never have to pay for water again. This is a water agency in US Mine. Between the two of them, they could cover our water. And at the same time, if you're digging a trench, I would have them put in a back line like cable companies do. You always have to put in for a competitor to go from the tertiary plant to Howard Park. So if we ever needed to use that water, to Justin's point, the city doesn't have to pay for that. If that trench is already open, you can put two pipes in there, run one back from the tertiary plant. If we ever need it and we get in the position that we could do that, we could take the tertiary water and help water Howard Park, just like we do the golf course. But I think these two for-profit companies, they're gonna make millions of dollars going through that park. We should get something out of it. And for the little leagues and everybody that's paying to use there, that would help them out because I forgot what we're paying now, but it's like 9,000 a year or something for water out there, or 90,000, I'm sorry. Between these two companies, I don't think it would be too hard for them to guarantee that Ione Howard Park never has to pay for water again. That would be my suggestion.
Okay, next, please, public comment.
I think the hesitation, listening to the people to speak here, comes not from a dislike of US Mine, but rather the lack of definitive monetary benefit to the city. It would have been nice if, for example, AWA came to the city and said, hey, we want to, put in this easement and we're going to give you A, B, or C. Not some pie in the sky promise of, okay, we're not going to raise your rates. Well, we know for sure that they're raising our rates because I think it was in December last year that, there's a 5-year rate plan. And I don't know what everybody else pays. Maybe everybody pays the same thing. But I'll tell you what, I pay $80 a month on my bill currently before I use 1 drop of water. And you know what? And that's really disgusting. And it's going to go up next year and the year after that and the year after that. So if AWA wants something from us, this easement, then they need to give us something definitive, something tangible, not some promise that, oh, well, we won't raise your rates as much. Okay, that's baloney. Okay, because we've seen what they've done and they pushed through these rate increases. And I don't think anybody in this room was happy about the last notice of rate increases. And I understand that, okay, so we're going to be able to maybe get commercial property here or whatever. I'm not real excited about having 1,100 more homes here, though. Is anybody truly happy about having another 1,100 homes here? And that is going to benefit AWA. And I don't remember, one of the two of you mentioned, what they get for a hookup for each one of those homes. We're talking tens of millions of dollars. And they're complaining about $11 million this project is going to cost them. Well, if you had thrown something into the pot for the city, then maybe the easement would have been more palatable, because they are going to, if they do get this easement, make a boatload of money, more money than we will ever see in our lifetime on those new home connections, not to mention the ridiculous water rates that we pay every month.
Good evening, everyone. Patricia and Gija.
Okay,
Oh,
go ahead, Patricia.
sorry, I got distracted. I completely agree with Dave and Marcia that, yeah, I would love to get as much out of AWA as possible, or any corporation for that matter, whenever they decide to build something. But I do wonder, isn't the diversion of the wastewater so that our facilities aren't overloaded, isn't that kind of a benefit to us, I would think? Yes, of course, we would like to get more, and I wouldn't be against asking them for any more. I think rates will go up regardless. I don't think this would cause that or contribute to that. And as stated before, many public utilities, SMUD, PG&E, all have easements on even private properties. So that's not very uncommon either. So just think about, lessening the stress on our own facilities. I think that's what the purpose is for this. If you want to go after AWA for rates and stuff, I think that might be a separate issue, and I would completely, totally support that as well. Thank you.
This one on Zoom, Jesse? Okay,
Stop and then reset. That's all you.
okay, we'll go ahead with the Zoom comment real quick. Don't have to wait. Go, Zoom, you're on the clock now. Would you like to speak? Hello, are you on Zoom? Would you like to speak? Oh, okay. Let me
There we
start
go.
the clock again.
Sorry, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, hold on 1 second, Cody.
No
Okay.
problem.
If you're ready, we're ready for you.
All right.
Thank you, guys, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I definitely see the both sides of the table here tonight. I do see the added benefit in reducing our capacity at our sewer facility. I see the benefits, of being a good neighbor, things like that. But I also see, to Dominic or Mr. Atlin's point, I do think that that maybe I don't want to see us leave money on the table. So from what I'm gathering is that AWA needs this easement. They're very far along in this project. They're very far invested. I think that we do have a position of power here. I also, while listening to this, I've been scanning multiple different AI platforms in regards to Mr. Aguilera's comments. And I think he is onto something there. Different sources have told me that negotiating things like free water for the park, or in quotes, a water bill credit, offsetting park water use, all carry a high legal risk of things like Prop 218 violations, something called preferential rate treatment, and also a subsidy not tied to cost of service. However, what it says can be done is that you treat the easement like a real property transaction. There would be some type of appraisal or valuation memo, and that the water agency could offer compensation options such as a lump sum cash payment, payment for park restoration, or capital improvements within the park. To tie this back into earlier conversations or comments, I think this is a great time that we maybe negotiate capital improvement of when the softball fields do get built, they're going to need an irrigation system. And I think that we could ask AWA in exchange for the easement that they provide us with a one-time lump sum payment that would fund the installation of a high efficiency, low use, smart irrigation system for the softball fields. And so if I'm listening, I don't think this is going to pass tonight because you guys have a 4-person council. I don't think you're going to get 3 votes that constitutes passing it. But I also don't want to see it get shut down. I think that I'd like to see that if it motion is made, that you table it and you provide direction to staff to go back to the table and possibly negotiate something like that, which would truly be a win-win-win situation for all 3 parties and not just a win-win as we've been referring to it. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me reset here. Okay, you're all set.
Tom Sweat, thank you for the opportunity to address you. I think it's a small ask on behalf of AWA, but it's a massively important component of what the project that they're undertaking at your treatment plant now. And it is AWA's project, but it's Ione's treatment plant, right? It's run by another agency. It's not run by your local government, but it's for you and your citizens. And right now it has 0 connections. Nobody wants to use the moratorium, the word moratorium in describing the current state of that plant, but it's accurate and it applies for everyone. There's even the mom and pop. I've seen projects go up there asking for an exception, got denied for a granny unit in the back of their house. They're not giving anyone another connection unless you can somehow retrofit other people's yards and reduce the use and things that a normal person who wants to, even Joe citizen in Ione wants to engage in a project here, can't do it. There's discussions right now about bringing a group in to build the hotel that everybody's long wanted at the commercial center in Castle Oaks. They can't turn a shovel of dirt and there is no way AWA is going to even possibly entertain 80 or 100 rooms of capacity if these projects don't go forward. All right, it's just not going to happen. So right now, Andy's right, things are frozen. But AWA has a plan and has already borrowed, in excess of $10 million to execute on that. And this is part of that project. It's the cheapest sewer capacity that you'll ever create at the Ione sewer plant, which is also taxed, as we all know. It creates that capacity by removing water from the system. It doesn't cost the city of Ione anything. It actually probably has a little net economic benefit when you don't have to treat the water anymore compared to what you're getting paid for it. There's also been a discussion about all the money that AWA is going to make, as if they're going to make tens and tens of millions of dollars. They're going to collect millions of dollars in fees. That is true. But an agency like the AWA, just like the city of Ione, doesn't make a profit. Nobody is paying dividends to shareholders or holding corporate retreats at Disneyland. That money covers the costs of these tens of millions of dollars of capital improvements that they're engaging in. And Ione's going to collect millions and millions of dollars of fees too. Ione's not, similarly, isn't paying a dividend to somebody or holding fancy parties. You have a lot of capital expenditure you need to do as well at the city plant, both your for your roads and at your sewer plant, and those fees are there for that as well. There's been a lot of discussion about maybe someday we need a purple pipe out to Howard Park, and we're going to use recycled water to water it, and somehow that might be cheaper. Well, we all know the cost to treat tertiary water is expensive. I don't know exactly the numbers, but I'd compare that to whatever AWA is charging you for raw water that currently is easily delivered. And if anybody, have you ever run a project before that is irrigated with purple pipe, a Title 22 project, it is a pain in the ass. And Dominic, you know exactly pain in the ass that is out at the golf course. I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. So I just don't let the tail wag the dog over a little bit of water that AWA shoots into the system when they've got a project that's massively efficient for them and for you. It's your plant. They've got to run it, but it's your plant. They may be up against the 11th hour, but there's been a lot of comments too about, hey, they really need it, so let's hold a gun to their head. When you do that, don't be surprised the next time you need a favor from the person you held that gun to their head, that they do the same to you. So this doesn't cost the city anything. It gains the city a lot. You should vote yes.
Thank you, sir.
Well, one of the things that Mr. Sweat mentioned is that it is a public agency. They,
Say this, George.
one of the things that Mr. Sweat mentioned, that it is a public agency. They cannot make a profit. It's not a private company. All the money that they raise goes back into operations and to the capital improvements. There's, like Mr. Sweat said, there's no shareholders, there's no dividends. It's a public agency, just like the city of Ione.
Larry, I'm sorry, but I've got a Zoom call. Okay, are you off mute? Okay, you're up. You ready to speak on Zoom? Thank you.
Yes, this is Russ Parker. I'm the District 2 board member on the AWA, but I'm going to be speaking in my private capacity, not my public, because I would need to run by legal what I don't want to be representing the board, so I'm just speaking as myself. One of the clarifications was already made. AWA is not a for-profit entity. It doesn't make a profit on doing any of this. It's the whole rate study that was done prior to the rate increases is to determine cost of service. So we are what the agency does is it passes on what its costs are. The second thing is just thinking about what this water is. And I'm not, a water technician, so nowhere near the level of expertise that Mr. Fiera has. So just putting this in the simplest way, what the backwash is, forgive me if I make a mistake on this, but you've got the filters that the water is going through, and what's coming out is the treated water. The filters get clogged up. What the backwash is you take filtered water, because it's going on to the clean side, and it blows all the crap that's on those filters off. So if you've ever hosed out the filters on a swimming pool or any other kind of filter system, everything it's filtering out builds up on the dirty side of that filter. What this water is taking clean water and spraying those filters backwards. That's why it's called backwash, blowing all that gunk off. It's concentrated. I mean, by definition, it is a concentrated liquid of the stuff that you've been filtering out. It's not particularly useful for anything and is significant to treat. My understanding of what this is essentially going to be used for at US Mine is dust remediation. It's going to be spraying. They're not going to be, because there was stuff mentioned earlier that they were going to be treating the water. I do not believe, and I could be wrong, but they are not going to be treating the water that would be sent to them. They're putting it through those sprayers, like you see it at a quarry or a mine, that keep the dust down, which is one of the requirements that they have by the state as a mine. So this is anyway. I was just hoping that the visual of back spraying these filters might help bring into focus for people what this is. This project also was something that came in as an alternative. What existed prior to this was building a new set of drying beds and trucking this backwash water out there, and so it could dry, and then having to truck the sludge from there to another, once it dried, to another place for disposal. That was going to be, I believe, around $10 million. This came up as an option as that was all being looked at, that would cost something under $5 million. So doing this, essentially, the primary alternative to doing this was something that cost more than twice as much. It's not something where there's money being made. It's a way to get something that has to be done at a cheaper price. I hope that was at least somewhat helpful. The other aspect is most of what's being done at the plant right now is to bring, or in these current projects, is to bring it up to what is called reliable capacity, which is primarily in service of our existing customers. It's not a massive increase in overall capacity for new development. So
I appreciate the Zoom call. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Mr. Rhodes.
Yes, I'd just like to make a few comments. I remember when Mr. Outland accepted 2 million gallons of water from the water agency, and he's putting them down. When he was on the golf course, they give him 2 million gallons of water. Me and you never got 2 million gallons given to us, never even asked. They had no permit to go through the tertiary plant to put it in there from the water board or nothing.
Really?
Hey,
We're not gonna, we can discuss this. Like I said, at council.
it's a fact. I got the paper to prove it. You took 2 million gallons of water and here you're putting them down. And I think personally, this is a good project because these 2 people are going to cost me and you more money at the rate. There's no way they're going to pass. That's going to go right to Ione ratepayers, what these 2 people aren't voting on. And thank you.
Okay, do we have someone else for public comment? Okay, sir, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rich Farrington. I'm a director with the Amador Water Agency. I'm not authorized to speak for the board, but I'm here to provide some comments and information.
Sure.
We are, as been pointed out, we are not a private profit company. We're a public agency. Our directors are elected in elections. It is illegal to make a profit. The California Constitution, through Proposition 218, establishes that. We cannot charge anything more than our cost of service. And that's why we periodically, every 4 or so years, do a cost of service analysis. We're struggling with a system-wide, through the county, with old and failing infrastructure. And so the question was asked, why did we do CEQA? Well, our previous general manager said, let's get because we had, in 2021, we told our customers we had 98 projects that needed to be fixed. So we've done about 20, so we're down to 78. And then we said, okay, what are the top ones? What can we afford? What can we get money for? Here's a federal loan opportunity. It's called WIFIA through EPA. We were supposed to close on in December. but the government shutdown slowed that down and raised some questions about whether it's going to happen. Anyway, we were excited when we were told it looks like there might be money from an old 2024 or 3 appropriations from the Congress. So anyway, we rushed into it. We wanted to know if our 6 projects that we decided were the highest priority of the 78, we could afford and get with this loan project. You can't apply for a loan unless you got the environmental documentation. So we rushed into that. And so you can say, well, maybe that was a mistake or not. I don't know whether there was, I assumed there was communication with the city about including this. We last March found out and the board approved an agreement with US Mines to accept our backwash water. We didn't even know that we had a source. Director Parker previously said the project alternative would have cost us 10 million. Well, that's just for the drying beds at our reservoir site. Now, for building a pipeline, that's another 10 million. So that's $20 million that are the biggest alternative that we have. The other alternative to this project or this easement is to go down the road. And you've got paving. It's going to double or triple the cost. And I mean, money doesn't grow on trees. And all these connections you're talking about, we have a $21 million debt for the Amador transmission line. So when that money comes in, it helps to pay that debt off. That Amador transmission.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Comes from Lake Tebow. Anyway, so we're not a profit company. Compensation, the agency, I would think, would standard procedure for buying easements. We would pay for easements, and that's what I think is proposed here to negotiate something. Yep. Future water, a question that was raised, our agreement with US Mines does not guarantee quality or quantity. And so I would say the question of whether we might work out an agreement with the city in the future.
I'm sorry, sir, your time is up. Thank you so much for your comments. So,
okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
I'd like to ask a question. Is there anybody here in this room, as a majority, isn't in favor of going through with this project? Because if everybody in this room, or at least the majority of the people in this room, think this project is a good project, is there anybody who honestly believes that the residents of Ione would not believe this is a good project? Because your job is to do what the people of Ione want you to do. That's what they hired you for. Remember taxation without representation? I have spent a career dealing with people like you two, who spew numbers that people don't understand because it creates fear. We used to call it FUD, fear, uncertainty, and deception. And so what you do is scare people, and then you use it as an excuse to continue to harm the city. I asked when I first came here why all these things that we're going through right now never passed, and now I know why. Same people.
Good evening, council. I'll largely address the council, not as individuals.
Please, 1 second, Dan, please. Try to get. I'll get it. I'll get it, Jeff. I'll get it. We'll get those last the ones done, then I'll start.
Well, that's the microwave. Your Hot Pocket's ready, Dan.
Thanks, man. I'm hungry now. It's like
I knew how to use a remote, but
a Pavlovian response here. At any rate, one thing I thought was, I've never thought of Andy as a pro growther. I just think that's amazing. But anyway, so I have a couple questions. One, I'm speaking as a public, not as any elected. Is there anyone from the mine speaking tonight? That was my first question, was that there has to be some benefit to the mine. Obviously, they wouldn't be allowing it. And I'm not sure if that can be quantified in a dollar amount. I think that would be an interesting thing. Maybe there's not. I know it's definitely a higher benefit to us. Short-term benefit for sure. There's obviously the short-term benefits are pretty clear. My larger concerns, I think, were addressed, Mr. Farrington, I believe, about the rights of refusal. I know we have contracts where it's very complicated to figure out who the first right of refusal is. And that's kind of a larger issue because, what if, according to what Justin said, and I think Dominic, Councilman Atlan referenced to, was what if we need water for the golf course? If that source dries up, we go through these drought and wet and drought cycles, and it's important to know who has rights to the water, first rights of water, and then secondary rights. And how do we capture that in a contract? And I don't know. I guess I don't need a response. Has the council seen the contract between the AWA and the mine itself? I think that would be interesting for the public to see that as well. I think that's very important if we have a public agency and we're giving them rights. I think it'd be very important for us to have at least have a look at it. And again, yeah, I think that's largely my concerns there. Just who has first right of refusal? What if we need the water? How do we get it back if that's possible? And I think all that can be captured in a contract. But the short-term benefits are obvious. Longer term, my larger concerns. So,
Anybody on Zoom?
Is anybody on Zoom? The timeline for your project, you say you don't have one yet. Do you have an estimate? Is it 2, 5, 10 years for this project?
So we have 6 projects that the board has to decide the order of the projects over a 4 to 5 year time period, because that's basically the loan and the cash flow and construction management inspection. So we cannot do all the projects simultaneously because I can't have 2 treatment plants down at the same time. So we have to spread these and we have to juggle these, in phasing. So
you're
probably 4 years minimum.
Minimum 4 years. Okay. So in 5 years, we're looking at 5 to 8 years, we're looking at ARSA being out of our water. This water, if you do the maximum of 250, you're talking about 403 acre feet of water could come into Ione, which could be used by Ione to meet its water obligations to both the Rancheria and the golf course. We have the interconnect project. That's what it was designed for. US Mine is going to have some benefit from this. Corporations don't just do work for nothing. They don't take things for nothing. So nobody's here to speak for them. Perhaps your contract, do you have a contract signed with them already? And you went to that level without having this easement?
I'll be honest, I was not involved in any of that. So
Hey, that seems practically back-ass words.
the location.
Well, you needed a way to get it there first. So perhaps your contract needs to be revisited and you need to insert Ione in there as a potential user of that water as well. As Dan said, first and second use. So that would be my recommendation. And I would also recommend that the city of Ione approach the mine if they want this water, that they are a for-profit company. They do have the ability to purchase these kinds of things. They can give us capital improvements at the park. They can give us capital improvements at the wastewater plant. All kinds of opportunities for negotiation are opened up.
Okay, do we have anybody else?
You don't need to time me, Jody. I'm never up here with that.
Okay. I'm trying to get practice though.
Yeah, Mitzi Winley.
Some practice.
I understand why you want some of the water, but the cost of you trying to make it okay for us is going to be phenomenal. Second is, if you don't approve this, our town's going to dry up and blow away. Third, the 1,100 houses has nothing to do with this new council. That was put on the general plan and that was okayed a long time ago. So there's nothing that can be done. Those 1,100 houses are going to go in. It was approved before. And we better have water hookups for them and some commercial property, or we're going to, like I said, going to blow up. Everybody is, if we do this, if we do this, if we do this. Yeah. I'm just hoping you'll vote for it and hoping that we get the water that we need for this town to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitzi. You still have 2 minutes and 50 seconds left.
How much do we currently get from you? Would you say a day?
Could be up to 100,000 gallons.
a day.
Backward and peak day.
Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot more than I calculated. And you're saying 250 at times 14, 40 minutes in a day. That's 300,000 gallons a day if you guys ramp it up. 380, I think.
Yeah, we have two backward tanks. We hold it.
360.
I don't have a contract for it.
That's 10,800,000 gallons a month. So that's a lot of water coming into the plant. Obviously, both sides, and you guys heard my little speech earlier, and I'm, where I'm at. I was gonna wait to show this video when I came in here begging for money for new grinders for the headworks. We have a super small headworks. Let's not rate it for the amount of capacity we currently take in. And this is during a small rainstorm. I don't think anybody can see it, but that's gray water getting ready to spill over. Can anybody see that? It's about a foot from spilling over. This last storm with the water table as low as it was before we even got rain brought our pond 7 up about 4 feet. Pond 5 was about a foot from the top, which is illegal. Pond 1 was overwhelmed. So anything helps. Ideas, right? If we're gonna keep it and maybe make a diversion for them to help out right during rainstorms, anything, ideas. But like right now with the state of things and what I said in my speech is we're 5 to 7 years away. NPDES permits is what Sutter Creek is going for. Good luck to them, but those are super hard. Jackson's was grandfathered into them. Permits take a long time to write, especially one of that magnitude. So I'm just looking for short-term solutions to help out our wastewater treatment plant here for Ione. And again, it's really scary during these big, massive storms. And we had 2 years ago, I think it was, when the ponds spilled over into the fields and we were flooded. That's a huge health and safety concern. So just throwing it out there.
Thank you, Mr. Justin.
I sort of just want to change the thought here. I can't believe what our meter fees actually cost in this town compared to San Jose Water Company, which is known as the Golden Spigot. And I have a house still in San Jose, and our monthly water bill comes for 2 months. And I was looking at the meter fee because they went up. And I looked at our meter fee and didn't realize we have a monthly bill here compared to 2 months. And it's almost, could be getting close to triple of what we're paying for a meter fee down there. And San Jose Water spends a lot of money. That's why they got the nickname, the Golden Spigot. And anytime any of the big people want to raise, they get it, and it comes on the consumer. So whatever this town can do to slow our fees down on our water connection fee, because I've had in San Jose, my bill cannot be less than $157 a month or for 2 months. And 1 month, in 2 months, I used $4 of water, but my bill was 60 some dollars, which is unreal. And I can't believe the fees that they're getting for meter fees. You know, that's something has to be looked at that too. So, whatever the city can do, the slow our meter fees down, for the people that are retired and stuff, because fixed income people have a tough time. And I have a mother that's 102 years old that lives in San Jose, and she's running out of money because her utilities are going through the roof. And that's something that people need to look at. And it's just not, it's not the water, it's PG&E and the sewer and everything that goes with it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Hi, Stacy Mitchell. I live on the creek, okay? I live right by these ponds. So if these ponds flood, they're gonna come in my backyard. I really don't want to have this stuff in my backyard. So is there any way that we could go ahead and okay this? I mean, I really don't want to be dealing with that kind of stuff, because like I said, I could practically jump over the creek and you got the park there and everything else. And there's a lot of people right behind me. And I don't want to have raw sewage and all this stuff in my backyard. If they're able to take it and get rid of it and do what they're going to do and spray the fields, well, sounds like a good plan to me. I just would prefer not to have that stuff in my backyard. I've already got a problem with overgrowth in my creek anyway, and I've got the most overgrowth there. So like I said, I would just prefer not to have this in my yard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Idea, it's in sewer as well.
Anyone else? I think we're about ready to close public comment. As we are, public comments. Anybody over here have anything they want to say? Okay,
I have.
The council's interested in my,
excuse me?
the council's interested in my opinion, but it's, you're the policymakers here and
I am interested in your opinion if you have something to say. So.
Your opinion cost me money.
Oh, we got to give him a break on that one meeting for crying out loud. Okay, Councilman LaFane, Councilmember LaFane, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Yes, I would. I have a set of questions, and this is the root of my issues with this. There are parts of it that I'm in favor of, but how it came to be, I'm not. Why was only one council member aware of this for years? Why was only one council member aware of AWA's projects and a pending agreement with his employer? Why was only one council member attending regional water board permit hearings with the city of Ione and US Mine? In your agreement or in your letter to the FPPC, you state the backwash agreement provides no other tangible financial benefits to US Mine for accepting, storing, and reusing the backwash water from AWA. And you know that's false. You don't have to search far to connect the dots. There's been recent changes at US Mine. There's a company by the name of PureBase. It's a publicly traded company. This water will facilitate the marketing and selling of that product. And it's not just a tiny little product. You can read PureBase's SEC filings. They're all public. So if you took a look at that, you'd see how much money US Mine stands to make. But we're sitting here talking about AWA and the city who are strapped. And the reason I know all this because I did a PRA request before this came out. So I've seen all the conversations between AWA, all the meetings that took place, all the conversations with staff at the city before this project even came here. The only reason it piqued my attention was the first time it came, it was buried in a back paragraph of a turf agreement. It didn't come say, here, this is what we'd like to do. It was tucked away in a turf agreement, which prompted my PRA request. So, we're up here battling it out, and there's someone else who's not up here with us. And if we really want this to be a joint partnership, then make it a joint powers agreement, however we do it. That water's going to them for free. This is not accurate, what you wrote to the FPPC. And they are going to facilitate the use of that water. And then we'd have to talk about where that water's going. How close is it to the city limits? What are we subjecting ourselves to the land and the homeowners that maybe border along line there? Also in one of those emails was an application for US Mine to put in a 100-unit RV park. And they were reaching out to get hookups. So there's more to this than what's being presented here. It's easy to find. And originally, when this easement came through on the turf agreement, that was my first comment. If US Mine wants that free water and it's going to benefit them immensely. Give us a new softball field, fence our parks, do something where we benefit. It's not that hard. Now, AWA can't do it, but US Mine can do it. And the minute their stock goes up, it's
Okay.
at 2 cents.
We're getting
now-
off topic a little
we're-
bit. Yes, we are off topic.
Josh?
We're talking about US Mine now and their profitability.
It's council members' turn to comment on the project, and
Okay.
you got to go one by one or not.
Again, yeah, the water is going to US Mine. It's going to US Mine for free.
Wastewater, not water. It's wastewater.
I understand. I have read everything. So I understand. You're sending it to US Mine for free. They're going to use it.
What's wrong with that?
Tailings, to spray their tailings. They have a 60-acre pond area where they're going to lay out their tailings. And I'm not going to go in it. You can look it up. They have permits with the water board because they're going to treat that water. They're going to, okay.
It's related, just each council member needs to go.
Well,
Be quiet.
so it's okay to dump it on the ground then. I mean, when I read a little excerpt, and then I'll stop, a little excerpt on how you were going to get the water through the pipe, I believe they said, we're just going to blow it through that pipe so it'll clean it out on the way and just dump it. I could read you the email. It's in writing. Conversations between your engineers and so forth. Happy to give them to anybody. Actually, I did give them all to Mr. Verinsky. Every single document. And it went nowhere. It was ignored.
Hey, Mr. Allen, you need to comment? Councilmember Allen?
Thank you. Yes, I do. So again, I think that we can get to where everybody wants to get to. I don't think we're there yet. What I want is something for Ione. Currently, again, we just found out tonight, there's no contract to take any water from the water agency whatsoever. So, we don't need to do that. They don't need to increase their amount to us. They have a contract, and I have not made this, I haven't even mentioned, I'm going to mention it now. I haven't even mentioned US Mine or the development because this has got nothing to do with them. This is purely between the city of Ione and the water agency. That's what I've been focusing on. But there's a contract with US Mine. There's no way to open that contract. If there was a way in where we could, if we needed the water, we could get to it, then I would, look at things in a different way. And I actually asked for that when I met with some of the directors. This whole, all that backwash water could go to the golf course. It takes 400 acre feet a year, and that's about what this is. So there's a way in the future that may go to the golf course. Doesn't need to go back to Howard Park. They already got the signs. They already got the purple pipe. It already goes through the tertiary plant. We know that the sump doesn't have enough water. That's why I asked for a water balance before we move forward. Most of the comments, for this have been basically insults at me. And it's like, I don't care about insults. It doesn't work on me. Okay. Say something smart, say something that's true, and maybe I'll listen to you and change my mind. But when you're just up there taking pot shots at the golf course or me or whatever, it just doesn't work. One of the insults today was really good. I like Larry Caputo's, and so I think we should do this. He wants us to do whatever the city people that voted for us wants us to do, right? That's what you heard him say. So let's have a referendum on the 1,100 homes. Right? We're going to do that before I vote yes on this project. Okay. We'll have a referendum for the 1,100 homes per the planning commissioner over here. And let's see what they want. And if they all say, yeah, we want them, fine, I'll vote yes. Okay. So, again, there's a way back into this, and it's not to table it. So we're going to vote. I don't know how it's going to go, but there is a motion to reconsider, right? You want to bring it back? Now, you know the city doesn't follow the rules because this is the second time we've talked about it, but there's a motion to reconsider. And if the water agency can get their heads together with the city of Ione and possibly US Mine, they can come to the two people in the majority and they can ask one of them if they would reopen this item. And if I happen to be one of those people, I will absolutely reopen it. So this was not planned well. This was not transparent. We should have been having this conversation 2 years ago and not tonight. And I believe we have time. I believe we have time for development. I believe we have time for US Mine. I believe we have time for the War Agency. So let's handle this better going forward.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Now, I disagree with you, Dominic. I think there is a way to do this and have a vote without having to do a reconsideration. I am for this 100%, by the way. I also have heard your concerns and agree that some of the transparency in that is clearly up in question. We've heard from some very intelligent citizens out there. They're saying, hey, I like this in concept, which is what I'm hearing the two of you say. It's not that I'm against it. I don't like the way it was done, and I have some further questions, and I want to see it. So from my standpoint, I think we need to authorize the staff and legal counsel to prepare and negotiate the easement agreement and have them bring that back in the next meeting. That gives you 2 weeks, George, and you're the negotiating master. So let's see how good you are.
Well, we lost 2 minutes.
Come on back at the next meeting with an agreement that's ironed out your concerns so that we can all vote yes.
You have to make a motion for that to happen.
Well,
I wanna
that was
speak
just my
first.
comments and thought Jody might want to, and that will be my motion later.
Okay, first and foremost, I wish these damn conspiracy theories would quit. I mean, anything that has to do with Stacy Rhodes, it comes up time and time again, and it is, I am not going to be interrupted. Not facts. It's just obstruction is what it is. I pay $200 to $400 a month for water. This is a public agency. I mean, I don't like my bills as much as the next guy. They're not, it's a not-for-profit. This is an agreement that will only do positive things. We are getting much needed, we'll be getting much needed revenue for a prosperous future through this water. How we achieve this method, I don't know how we need to find a way to achieve it. And if to keep this going and keep it alive is something that we can do with Jack, I would consider, I want to hear from the city manager first on his comments, and then we can go from there.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm glad you guys are so.
We've heard a lot tonight about a lot of different issues, and I think a lot of it, surrounds or it involves a lot of personal animus. And I'm hoping that the council members can put whatever feelings they have aside and really do what's best for the city. I only have one game in this town, and that's to represent the residents and the city of Ione. Not any of you, I represent the city. And no one knows, because of confidentiality reasons, all the different things I'm working on with respect to residential development, commercial growth. And the needs here are many in Ione. The needs are many. And everyone complains about not having enough commercial growth, not having stores, not having enough revenues. As I said before, we don't have an expense problem. We have a revenue problem. We don't have enough revenue. And so for the past 10 to 10 years, as I've just said, we've relied on building permits. We don't have any building permits right now. And so, as many people have said, AWA is a public agency. It's a nonprofit. They can't make money. All the monies that they receive goes into projects. And so, but also let's not forget what AWA did for Ione in terms of the Picnic Hill project. They helped facilitate a grant from the Department of Water for close to $900-something thousand that the residents of Ione will be able to use for a long, long time. And when that project is finished, and it'll be finished shortly, that's going to be a magnificent project that will allow the city to generate revenues. But they were being a good partner. So where is our return favor in being a good partner? Not anything for free. I don't expect anything for free, but where is our return? Because again, we're in a small town in Amador County and we have to be good neighbors. It's not always about dollars and cents. And like Mr. Sweat said, the next time we need some help from Amador Water Agency, they may not be there. They may not be there. Because what I've noticed in Amador County, people have long memories, guys. People have long memories. Okay? And so again, I do believe that this project is an extraordinarily good project for the city of Ione. Not only in terms of being able to generate projects that allows projects to go forward, like the hotel, retail, a lot of things, it all involves water. But at the end of the day, it's up to the council, and I hope the city council makes, their own conscious. But again, if this doesn't pass and we have no commercial, we have no amenities here, and our sales revenue is not able to grow, I want people to remember why. Okay? Why we need water to grow and to develop businesses. We need water. Okay? And if it doesn't happen, then you know who to hold accountable. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Okay, everybody knows how I feel. I'm for this, so
Make a motion.
I'm for it as well. However, in light of the excellent council members that have brought up some points and concerns, I think we ought to authorize the staff and legal counsel to prepare and negotiate an easement agreement with the Amador Water Agency to bring back in front of the city council for possible adoption after reviewing tonight's meeting. Because they would prepare and negotiate, not execute the easement agreement.
We had an agreement slide in under the consent.
we have a second? We can't even get an agreement on a second to do something.
Second it.
I'll second it, but it's still gonna be the same thing, so
You second it, have a vote.
I'll second it. Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
No.
Remember that big O word, guys. Obstruction.
Public records.
Make a motion.
Then I'd make a motion to authorize the staff and legal counsel to prepare and execute an easement agreement with the Amador Water Agency.
I second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose?
No.
No,
No.
there are 3,700 more residents in Ione. So let's get a referendum.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on. Vote's done. We've have Catherine G's been waiting a long time tonight. Thank you, folks, for all your attendance. I appreciate Amador Water Agency folks. Thanks for your presentation. Thank you for being here tonight. Please keep us in mind.
This letter, though. No, you know.
Mayor, you can consider a brief recess if you'd like.
Lose your vote?
Oh, poor baby.
Would you guys folks like to take a 5-minute break? I could sure use the restroom real quick.
Question,
5-minute break?
how is it that Mr. Rhodes cannot vote?
Bonnie, we have to, I'd have to open
It's
it
a
up for
recess- the recess of
everything.
the-
I can speak with you after this.
Anywhere, if those
Ask the
two
attorney, please.
Josh can explain it.
no, and
We adjourned to a recess.
Yes.
yes, I mean.
Good, Jesse?
Yep.
We are live, so we're going to reconvene here after a little bit of an intermission, or what do we call it? And we'll move on to the next item on the agenda.
Yeah, we're missing our city manager to present the item.
Mr. City Manager? Okay. We will wait.
Letterhead or nothing.
Stuff super fast, I don't know.
Hmm?
These pictures go fast.
Questions. I'm not approving anymore.
There he is.
Who's doing this presentation?
The subject.
Catherine?
Okay, we're back. Next up, we have a discussion action on request for proposal for wastewater facilities planning. Mr. Lee.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Catherine Gies is on Zoom right now to go over all of the relevant studies that we need to move the process forward with respect to the development of the tertiary plant. Like that was previously discussed previously, even though the interconnection pipe is in, we do not have a permit. So we have to go through the process. So I think, were you able to pull up Catherine Gies?
I'm here. Can you
All
hear
right,
me?
Catherine, why don't you start? Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, counselors. Nice to see you tonight. As you know, we've been working for quite some time with the regional board and others to move forward the city's wastewater program. We met with the regional board a couple of times, but most recently last week with ARSA and CDCR was there, and all three agencies were, clearly informed by the regional board that in order to move forward a permit for the CalREF and for any changes to it, that all three parties need to complete their planning efforts and come to an agreement on the path forward as far as wastewater management, in general. And so the city, for quite some time, we've been talking about the need to do a planning study, effectively a wastewater treatment master plan that would define the city's long-term wastewater needs. Typically, that's done for a 20-year period. And then what would be the preferred disposal strategy, with the understanding that the percolation basins that exist today at the wastewater treatment plant can no longer be used for disposal. So at this point, for the most prudent thing and what the city really needs to do is to move forward with that wastewater treatment master planning work. That work is also needed to not just amend the CalREF permit and allow the interconnect project, but it's also needed to support growth within the community of Ione, because the current permit for the wastewater treatment plant limits flows to effectively where they sit today. The report provided to you ahead of this meeting to review outlines key elements that are recommended to be included in that based on feedback received from the city and the city's goals, and based on my best understanding of those goals. So that is that planning work. And then once that plan is defined, the city will be in a position to apply for a permit modification or an amendment, which would include a report of waste discharge, as well as updates to the Title 22 report to reflect any changes that come out of that planning work. And I want to emphasize that the city has to do this planning work somewhat in partnership with ARSA and CDCR, in that, the regional board will not accept a plan that the city's developed that doesn't account for and kind of integrate with the plans of those other two communities. I've also identified the need for a collection system master plan. This is something that we haven't talked much about at all, but George has asked me to provide some support over the last year or so in terms of taking a look at the previously completed condition assessment work and helping define for the purposes of developing a CIP, like what the collection system improvement cost may be. And then we've also been asked to provide support related to the Ringer and Waterman Ranch developments and whether the city's collection system can accommodate the flows from those. So there's very limited information about the city's collection system. The pipe sizes are known, but there's no, so I apologize, the pipe sizes are not known. The pipe locations are known. The manhole locations are known. The area's been GIS'd. In addition, there's been, again, a condition assessment done. But to really understand the I&I, which is the inflow and infiltration from rainfall, which causes a big impact at the treatment plant, as Justin was talking about a little bit earlier tonight, understanding where that comes from and what improvements may be needed to fix that requires a comprehensive collection system assessment, capacity and condition assessment. So that would be a second item that the city really ought to consider moving forward. Finally, from a timeline perspective, and as outlined in the report you have, we recognize that the city, and I totally understand that the city doesn't necessarily have the financial resources to do all of this work all at once. And right now, the highest priority is the wastewater treatment master planning work. Kicking out the collection system master planning work does create some risk for the city, but I think there's ways to mitigate that as long as that work isn't pushed out too far. And so the recommendation would be that the city would move forward with the wastewater treatment master planning work, which is, again, laid out as we've defined, but again, the city could elect to do both at the same time as well. And I, based on conversation with George, and my understanding is that, given the amount of what the cost for something like a master plan would be, the city would probably want to issue an RFP for that work. So I think obviously there's additional details in the report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have about it.
I just got one. Did you have an estimate of price?
I do have an estimate of price. I would think it's about in the $200,000 to $250,000 range. That would include both capacity analysis and a condition assessment of both plants, and then laying out a very detailed CIP for the facilities, which would facilitate, effective long-term planning.
Thank you.
Councilman LaFinn, you have any questions? Councilman Mitchell,
I do not.
Vice Mayor Rhodes,
Nope.
Mr. Lee, any questions?
How long would you anticipate a report like this to take?
I think you could get it done, and I want to be clear, the dollar amount I shared was just for the treatment plant piece, not the collection system piece, or the permitting work. Just so nobody's confused. But the timeline, I believe you could get it done in about 9 months. I am basing that on, my position, a knowledge and understanding of your system. So, that, all that being said, but the only caveat I would say about the timing is because your plan and what you're going to do really does need to incorporate input from ARSA and CDCR and integrate their plans, and ultimately an agreement between 3 parties about how things are going to progress. that piece of it is a little undefined, right? It's not a technical, how long it's going to take for everyone to come to agreement is nothing I can predict. But based on the meeting we had last week, which I think was very positive in terms of that relationship and everyone kind of recognizing they do need to develop plans and everyone indicating they have plans and are proposing a direction forward. I think that we could probably get it done by the end of the year if you started right away.
And
Or
how
in the
much
next
do you
few months.
estimate the second portion to cost?
The collection system master planning work, well, the permitting work, let's start there. I think that would be, about 100,000, give or take, on that, the permit application itself, and then updating the Title 22 report. Again, level of complexity there depends on, are we expanding the tertiary plant to accommodate more flow? How many different places are we sending the recycled water? So that's really hard to estimate that without the plan work. On the collection system side, there's three key elements. There's a flow monitoring piece, which is recommended given the I&I that you guys experience. And without flow monitoring, you end up having to make some risk decisions and add more, buffer on your decisions about sizing of conveyance systems. So with flow data, you have the ability to really hone in on that and define it. So there's the flow monitoring piece. And then once you've completed that, you do the capacity assessment, which effectively is developing a model of the system and then identifying pipes that may need to be upsized. And then if you were to just integrate the 2013 condition assessment work, that would not be that much work because the projects there are fairly well defined. So if you took all three of those elements with the integration of the previous condition assessment, you're probably talking about a $350,000 to $400,000 study. That could be phased again over a couple year period. It's not a huge rush to get that done. And if you push it out too far, though, that condition assessment work becomes so old that one might question whether you need to revisit it. So we're already, if it was done in 2013, it's already 13 years old. My expertise is really more on treatment side of things, but my collection system team tells me generally like 10 years is, about as long as you could really trust that kind of data. So the city would have to make a decision about that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. We open up for public comment.
Where does all the money come from this? I know it doesn't come from heaven.
It's a good question.
Do you, this is all for the tertiary plant?
Yes, sir.
Who pays for the tertiary plant?
City does.
Now, why does the city, why do I have to pay for it? I don't call. That's a private industry over there. Why do I don't think it's legal, but you guys can do what you want, but I don't think it's right for my sewer money to pay for the golf course. When the golf course was getting water from the prison and Sutter Creek, and the golf course with Dominic and them was supposed to be paying for the water. So why should I have to pay for it? I'm a ratepayer. I'm paying for the city, not for the golf course.
Well, because the two plants are now connected with the interconnected
Yeah.
pipe, so the funds to basically perform
but
the study
can't we
comes
just-
from the sewer fund.
Yeah, but what I'm
Doing-
saying is,
Hey, guys, we're not gonna we'll have to discuss this.
just say,
No comment. We can't, I'm just breaking my own rule and because I'm kind of tired.
okay,
So,
okay, I'm gonna just say that the city better start figuring out what they're gonna do, because there's not gonna be no more permits. And there's not gonna be no more industry in Ione. So the city better start figuring out what they're gonna cut. The vote was tonight was to do away with the waterworks. And the waterworks can say, well, we're just gonna work on this plant maybe a little bit. They're not gonna give you no capacity. So I'm just saying, thank everybody tonight for putting what would you say, putting a spike in Ione's heart. And Dominic says that they could put industry over there and they got water hookups. No, when they put a moratorium on water, nobody gets water. Because the minute they get one person to water, they get sued because the other person can have water. I know I'm going through that right now. I know. Dominic tells me stories all the time and he thinks I'm gonna believe him. But I go find out, Dominic. Yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah. All I can say is thank you on your tombstone.
Okay.
Dominic put the spike in Ione. Goodbye.
Okay.
Thank you, Andy. Love you.
All right, any more public comment?
This item is an action item to give direction to staff to request a proposal, an RFP for a wastewater treatment master plan. Going out to a consultant team to complete this work. Is that you're going to start over with a brand new consulting firm when West Yost has been working on this project for, I don't know, what, 6 years now? So you want to start it all over and have all of that institutional knowledge gone? So am I reading, is that the correct
Well-
direction of this item?
This is public comment.
Well, okay.
Ask a question.
That's the question. So when you do council discussion, that should be discussed. And this is for the wastewater treatment plant. It's not just the tertiary plant. The wastewater treatment plant needs a new permit and it needs to include the interconnect project. So the wastewater treatment plant has to be included. Well, if you want to flush your toilet.
Okay, let's take time, Andy. There's no arguments, please. Thank you. Any more public comment? Okay, we can close public comment. Oh, that's right. We have Zoom. We don't have anybody. Thank you, Jesse.
I got a question.
Okay.
So this, if someone would bother to read this, it's very extensive. As they said, it includes collections. It's a comprehensive look at the wastewater facilities. Just got to read it. I think it's an RFP's going out. I would like to see in the RFP some timelines because, of course, we don't want to pay all that at one go. I also agree that we've got a firm here that has been working with the city for years and not sure what the procedure will be because you know me, I'm all about procedures. But they're an existing firm. Could this be looked at as a extension of the contract? Because an RFP is going to cost $30,000 or $40,000 to send it out. So I'm not against West Yost getting a bite at this apple. And remember, there's money in the Capital Improvement Fund, which all came from Castle Oaks and Wildfire people. And there's still, every month, there's a portion of the sewer fee that goes into capital, which is what this will be funded with. So the collections has never had a study as far as I know. So again, I think putting out the RFP or something else, that's a good idea.
We are very selective on in my opinion. I think if we're going to put out an RFP on something, we put it out on everything. We've been getting hammered about not properly doing RFPs. Isn't that correct?
If the
Yes,
council.
okay, so I think we should stick with what we practice, what we preach, and we go ahead and do an RFP.
So we have an existing contract with them. And in the past, the city's always used that as a reason to not go out. But if you want to go out, that's fine by me too.
Okay.
Just for the record, if the council were interested in doing it with West Yost, then
they can bid on it like everybody else.
That's fine.
Sure.
Are you guys done? This isn't to replace West Yost, is it?
Could be. Depends who bids on it.
That's at your leisure. You can either negotiate with them or you can do an RFP. That's your choice.
So, is West Yost leaving?
Yes, because of the dollar
That's my
amount,
question.
because of the dollar amount involved, I put an option. You can either direct staff to work with West Yost, or you could put out an RFP. That's a
But
conference.
West Jost, she's not done as far as am I missing something here?
This is a new task. So if you want to
Why
use,
aren't we giving it to West
you wanted
Jost?
to use a new task, then you have to vote for it. Because it involves, she has to submit a proposal. If you choose to continue to work with her, you have to put,
She has a master services agreement, which enables us to add tasks.
It's up to the council. That's up to your leisure. My question is, why is it so important that we stick with West Jost? Why can't we?
Consistency.
Consistency, I beg to differ on some of the history that I've read in the last year of the consistency
With West Jost?
with a lot of people. So I mean, I think we need to be, I think we need to keep it consistent when it comes to, I'm talking about RFPs. We need to keep it consistent with RFPs.
Trying to finish my question, Dave. I mean, that's why we have a master services agreement to maintain the same engineer. She's been doing it for years. She has a relationship with the water board. She has a relationship with Mr. Granados. She's familiar with the plant. So we want to re-educate somebody new.
that's your decision.
She's a specialty engineer.
It's up to the council. That's just my opinion.
Well, usually we like to make our decisions based on what's best for the city, not our opinions.
That's generally that's generally how I make my decisions.
Okay, we're gonna follow Rosenberg's rules of order when it suits. So, and the protocol manual, it says you don't interrupt your other council members. I don't quite understand why we are pivoting at this point.
We're not pivoting. I gave you the option. You can either direct staff to work with West Jost, or you can do an RFP.
Okay, anyway, I don't see where it says we can work with West Jost in here. But is West Jost even willing? Because the last time she was here, she wasn't getting paid.
Do we have any more, Mr. Allen, any comments
No more, thank you.
about Mr. Mitchell,
No.
Vice Mayor Rhodes?
I just like to say, I'd like to make a motion to put out an RFP for a wastewater treatment plan.
He tried to get rid of her a couple months ago.
Do we have a motion on the floor?
I'll second.
We have first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
No,
Okay, we have ayes have it 4-1.
it's a waste of money.
Waste it, they can't.
The next item.
Selena.
Okay, we have Selena in the house. Selena, thank you.
So
for-
Selena has been
Will you
working
be
with,
back here in about 4 hours?
Lena, you have 30 seconds.
so Selena has been working with staff, and she's been working with the Parks and Rec, and they've come up with some recommendations with respect to the new fee schedule. Selena?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Our fee schedule is a little out of date. So to just make this quick and painless, we just felt that it was time to update it. We have a lot of new things happening at the park. We've got a lot of new events happening at the arena. We've got a new amphitheater going in, got softball leagues and all sorts of stuff. So it's just time to update the park's master fee schedule. I took the attached suggested fee schedule to Parks and Rec Commission last week. And they approved all the fees on here as you see them, except for EB Hall. When I took it to them last Tuesday, we suggested staff. I worked with city manager, I worked with arena personnel and everyone to kind of come up with the fees together. We suggested increasing the fee at EB Hall to $1,500. Currently, the fee is $900 or $895. And typically people will rent it for one day for the $895. They'll pay a $50 fee to have it the day early to set up and a $50 fee to have it the day after to clean up. So they're essentially getting EB Hall for 3 days for $1,000. We could potentially rent out EB Hall for multiple events if we weren't making it so easy to get it for those extra days for the $50. So trying to increase revenue and get as much potential out of our few facilities that actually bring in some money. We discussed several different options at the Parks and Rec Commission, and the commission voted to make it $750 per day, which is actually less, but doing away with the $50 a day fee option to get it early and stay late. So if you wanted to rent it for $750 a day, but you wanted it the day before to set up, you had to pay the other $750. So ultimately, it's the same price as what we were suggesting, $1,500 for the weekend, essentially. That's what the Parks and Rec Commission voted on, as well as all the other fees that you see here on the schedule. And I won't go through them unless somebody wants me to. If anybody would like me to, let me know. But everything else was pretty easily agreed to. So in speaking with city manager and finance and employees, the day after the Parks and Rec Commission, we kind of came up with the idea that maybe we lower our expectations to 1,100 and still give somebody the early setup breakdown option at $250 a day. So essentially, you're still getting the same 1,500. It's $1,500 for the weekend, no matter how you dice it. It's just all in how you want to word it and the services that you're providing. So I brought it to you this evening at the staff suggested rate for EB Hall on the line item, not the Parks and Rec suggested rate. I hope that makes sense. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Yes, one question I have, I think I understood that the arena rental fees, when the data writer per rig, $20, that's gonna be like a kiosk or something for people to,
Yes.
like a boat ride, launch or something, correct?
Yes, we have a new kiosk that's been ordered that will be placed. And so currently it's $10 a day per rider. It's an honor system thing. Some of the people pay it, some of them don't. We find twigs and sticks and all sorts of stuff in the envelopes. So a lot of people sort of take advantage. So we don't really end up getting the $10 a day. So the kiosk will help with that because you have to put the ticket in your rig to show that you've paid your fee. So it's a per rig fee, not a per horse or per rider fee. And it's $20, and that's just the way we figured was best to kind of maintain that fee.
And these are rental, just for information only, because I know the answers. But the arena rental fees and stuff, our new marketing people, they were all involved in this, and Taylor was involved in this and everything. So, and they have the experience when it comes to the horse aspect of things, so.
Self and the Public Works Superintendent and city manager and the finance manager all spoke about all of these fees before we came up with this. And Taylor, who is essentially our arena manager, that's not her title, but that's what she is. She came up with all of the arena fees. She's run arenas her whole life and is very well aware of what these fees should cost. I personally have no idea what an arena should charge. So having her input was great. And she has an arena in Clements that she's run.
They
So
have made significant progress, and I think they will be here at the next or the council meeting thereafter to report on their progress, but they have made significant progress in terms of sponsorship signs, in terms of booking events, but I think the council will be extraordinarily surprised.
I saw a posting that was made today, I think it was by Taylor, and it was quite intriguing how many different events are gonna be happening out there in the hall and also at the arena, so that's great.
it's always been a great revenue source for us. I mean, our fees are extremely low, and a lot of the local Rotary and IBCA and those people fill out a fee waiver. So we don't always collect fees from everyone, but EB Hall is one of the few items that the city has that actually brings in revenue. So it's an important fee to discuss and to agree on.
But bottom line, all their costs are going up. Costs for power, costs for water, costs for cleanup, costs for, our staff to open it. So all of our costs are going up. It's not going down, it's going up. So we're just trying to keep up with some of our costs, what we're doing.
Yeah, thank you, Selena. Councilmember LaFane, do you have any comments?
I do. I'm not picking on you, okay?
Okay.
You say $20 a rig. You know what happens in the wintertime out there when it starts to rain? Your trainers load up 10 horses in a stock trailer and start rolling in at 6:30 in the morning. They tie those horses up, they're all saddled. You've got 3 trainers that come down. James Ferreira, gosh, I can't think of his name now. And once they're done with that trailer load, they go home and they get another one. And usually they're done by 9. And by then, your ground is concrete. The other problem with them, and I went down to the arena this weekend, I'm not quite sure who thought putting crushed rock up against the arena was a good idea, because it's all, those rocks are already migrating into the arena.
Okay.
And that's going to be a mess once they get in there to get those rocks out. Then you're going to be paying somebody to go in there and pull the rocks out.
Okay.
So I would put up a border or pull that rock back.
Okay. I
It's,
will make that
yeah,
suggestion
it's not a good thing.
to answer
Um,
your question about well, it wasn't really a question, but to comment on your statement about the people pulling in with all the horses. That thought crossed my mind too. Well, who says how many horses they can bring? But again, I'm not an arena person. I have no idea how
Yeah.
this works. So
I
wasn't,
remember them pulling in
but
all the time.
I do know we did add a line item, a 3-hour arena rental option for anyone that's giving lessons.
I'm
So-
just gonna go down them, okay? Otherwise, we might be here till 1. It's more feasible to do 15 for one horse and then add $5 for each horse.
Okay.
Because you're gonna have girls pulling in with 1 horse and someone pulling in with 7 horses.
Okay.
And they're all paying the same fee. And then they're gonna start bickering, and they do. What I'm more concerned about is the 400 plus 30% of their revenue. How are you gonna calculate the revenue? Is it straight off the top? Is it that you're gonna take 30% of their net? And well, you will not get high-end producers for that.
Okay.
They don't want to give away their money because they're not making a lot of money.
Okay.
30%, they take 30% off the entry fees and it goes to all their office fees. It's going to lower their payouts. They're going to go elsewhere. And I'm concerned there's no light charge in here. There's no tractor charge.
All of those.
It would cost me just to float the ground. You guys are looking at probably $1.25 because you're paying someone, right? You have a public works employee.
We do, and
So
that would be.
that's, you know, at least 2 hours in the morning. You've got the water truck going, you've got the tractor going, so you've got fuel for both. You're paying an employee, so PERS, workman's comp, you're going to be at $200 to start the day. And I'm just giving you this information. You guys can think about it.
Okay.
It's not a good idea. There's the talk on Facebook right now is across social media. And then I guess somebody called somebody in Gilroy who's going to come and be the ground expert, and he wants $6,000 to do that. So there's just things all over the board. And I'll just go down here, but so you want to charge riders $80 to haul in for a clinic. Is that on top of the 400 and the 30%?
No, a clinic is for, I think, the intention for that was for a veterinarian or a groomer or someone of that type would come in and rent the facility for, I believe it's $80 per hour, to host that there. People can bring their horses and have things done with their horses. And that's the fee that person is charged.
So
that's not a regular.
I'll tell you real quick how a clinic works.
Okay.
They get a clinician,
Mm-hmm.
usually $600 minimum. He's a professional. They limit it to maybe 10, 15, usually not 20, but some will. And they're paying the clinician that money. And so now they're going to pay another 800 to haul in.
The clinician is paying that fee to us.
Well, the clinician is going to charge the people he's given the lesson to.
Okay, so I think I can't really answer to any of these statements or questions because I'm not an arena aficionado.
I understand.
So I think
Um,
maybe,
That you might want to look at that one.
okay,
Um,
I'm making notes.
You could charge a ground fee, but $80 to pull in to go to a clinic. They've already paid $600 to get in. And
It's the clinician that's paying the fee, not the person bringing their horse.
clinic
currently
call-in,
we have
he's going to
people-
pay a straight $80.
Currently, we have people doing it and they're not paying anything. They're showing up, they're paying the $10, they're coming in.
Well, that's not
And
a
they're-
clinic though.
Okay,
And a clinic is it's an event.
okay.
It's just not clear. If it's to the clinician, is it just you're charging him a one-time fee for $80?
Per hour.
Oh, it's $80 per hour.
Mhm.
Food trucks. I could not get a food truck down there.
I have-
For, and we had some big events.
I have a list of
And
local food trucks. that-
I understand.
Okay.
If they're gonna pay you $100, that's great, and get insurance.
Yeah.
We would have some big events down there, and if there was more than one food truck, the other one would leave, because they gotta pay for the food. I remember Don Luis left and he said, unless I make $500, I'm not coming back. And it was a pretty good size event. Please stop sighing, Mr. Lee. So you said,
It is 9:30.
well, we shouldn't have put so much on the agenda then.
Well, maybe we can
So
move it up a little bit.
you're gonna do a free do they get to use the tractor?
Nobody gets to use the
Nobody
tractor
gets to-
other than a city employee.
So it's
So the
7.
ground will be worked every morning for daily riders and that sort of thing. If you rent the arena for an event where you're paying the 400 plus 30%, and on the actual arena application, it's detailed out.
So they
You're
have to bring
paying
their own
for
tractor.
lights. No, we will have staff there to work the ground for you. And that includes lights. And that's why the fee of the 400 plus the 30% to cover those costs.
So we're paying staff for 3 hours to sit on a tractor.
Yep.
So there's not gonna be
But you're
money.
bringing in 30% of the net revenue is the intention. Gross, excuse me.
One big problem, and then I'll finish. One big problem you have down there, there are no working outlets. I think there's 2.
We can have those fixed in-house.
No, we had somebody come down there and look at it, and all of those circuit breakers had to be replaced.
Okay.
And deposits, all deposits are refundable. What if they damage something?
Well, they're refundable if they don't damage something. In the actual packet that you fill out when you rent one of our facilities, EB Hall has its own packet, Amphitheater will have its own packet, the arena will have its own packet. All the rules and stipulations and requirements will be listed in those. This is just simply the fee schedule. So we're saying your deposit is returned to you if the facility is returned to us in the way in which you received it. The keys are returned, all of that sort of
I'm
stuff.
just looking where it says all deposits are refundable.
Okay.
I would demand my.
We can
deposit-
reword that.
My deposit back on that one.
Okay.
I hope it does well. The word on the horse street is not positive.
Okay.
But if you've got a great team and I guess we'll see how it goes.
Councilman Atlan,
Good.
Councilman Mitchell,
You gotta get up at 4.
How much did the beer garden go up in fee from last year?
The beer garden went up double. It doubled,
So are my drinks gonna be twice as much?
possibly.
I knew there was a
All right.
hidden, I knew there was a hidden agenda on that
We
somewhere.
are,
Well, she gets to ask about horses. I know about drinking. We know this.
so currently the beer garden is $175, I believe.
Yeah.
But you also then have to pay an additional fee to rent the outdoor EV hall bathrooms. So we are including the bathrooms in this rental because we figure if you're serving beer, we need bathrooms. So it really didn't go up that much. It's
I
just-
actually
Oh, you were there.
commend you and the Parks and Rec group. They spent quite a bit of time on this, and the meeting was amazing. They really did a knockout job. Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
be sure to thank the crew.
I will.
Vice Mayor Rhodes?
I'm good with everything. I just want to make sure that we still are keeping the discounts for Rotary and the groups like that that help us
Absolutely.
maintain everything. So-
So what we are wanting to implement, and it's on the side column, an Ione resident discount of 10%. If you're an Ione resident and you're renting something, you get an automatic discount. A nonprofit discount of 20%. Any nonprofit. Currently, we have a waiver that most of our local nonprofits fill out, and they are given the facility for free. We don't want to take that away because we realize that a lot of our local nonprofits are hosting, fundraisers to benefit our community. So the stipulation that we're adding to the actual paperwork is, you're only qualified for the fee waiver if you're doing a project that benefits the city of Ione. So if you're, let's say, Rotary or IBCA, and you're doing an event that the money is going back to Howard Park or whatever it is, then you are qualified to fill out the fee waiver. If you are the Amador County Sheriff's Department and you're renting EB Hall and you're technically a nonprofit, but your fundraiser has nothing to do with Ione, you are no longer qualified for the fee waiver. Because we just felt like too many people were qualified, we're getting qualified for that. Also, what we are implementing is even if you do get the fee waiver and you are qualified, we are still going to charge a minimal fee of 10% of whatever that rental would cost, because that covers our guys to clean it, the water, the power, that sort of thing. Currently, we're not recouping any of those costs. So it's just going up slightly.
Thank you. That's all I had.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Selena. Entertain a motion here? Oh, public comment. I'm sorry, public comment.
I guess what I don't get is Evelyn Bishop Hall has air conditioning and all that stuff, but the amphitheater is going for more money and it's outdoor. It seemed like the amphitheater would be less than Evelyn Bishop to me, because you've got to maintain that hall. It's got a roof over it. So the amphitheater's open air. So it just seemed like that might be a little out of line for what I could see. Because I could see that you could bring in some local bands, like the guy that's doing I forgot what he calls himself, something Green Box or something like that. But you could have him do like Friday night concerts if it wasn't so expensive, because it's more than Evelyn Bishop Hall. So why not just have an indoor where it's air conditioned instead of outdoor? So I don't know if you haven't, if it's okay if you don't answer that, just seems a little out of line.
Okay, any more further comment?
Patricia Anjija, Amador's Heart of Gold. I just want to advocate for the keeping of the fee for Evelyn Bishop Hall to be free for nonprofits, or more specifically our nonprofit, because we are planning an event there soon, and we don't have a lot of money. So I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, anybody on Zoom? No, I guess we'll entertain a motion here, folks.
Make a motion, Jack.
Move to approve the updates to the Park and Recreation Master Fee Schedule.
We have a first,
Second.
first and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Carried. All right, next on the agenda, reports of communications from our city attorney.
Only to clarify the record, I heard the figure of 10,000 on the protocol update for the last special meeting. Now I learned that number came from my boss. That was, I would estimate, around 3,500 to get it to where it's at right now. So that was an estimate, and that was very high. So we're about 3,500 in, and I think by the end and getting it back to council, we'll certainly be under 10,000 by the end. And that's what I hope we're at. So about 3,500 in. That was all.
Thank you, sir. Reports and communications from city manager.
I have none, but I'd like to have Andrea come up and give a very brief report on the accounting function.
Oh, great, it's Andrea.
I know, I'm gonna talk real quick. It's gonna be real fast. So basically, I wanted to give you an update, the limited procedures, that, you guys had approved. It's in its final stages and going through its final review. So probably within the next 2 meetings, we'll have that for you and they'll be starting 23-24 audit after that. The interest for January was $30,024. We'll also be looking at the end of February or the beginning of March, the financial reports. We've been buried in HR for this new year, so we're getting to the financial reports that we'll get to you guys every quarter
Right.
for your expenses and revenue, and also your treasury report every month.
Thank you for the update. Okay, and that's it we have from you, Mr. Lee.
That's it.
Council comments, Councilmember LaFane,
No, they don't come back.
Councilmember Mitchell,
February 14th, you have the VFW pancake breakfast. Take your loved one to the VFW for me, get some pancakes, help them raise some funds. It's a really fun time. And that evening, Ione Rotary has a crab feed. Thanks.
Councilmember Allen,
No, I'm good.
Vice Mayor Rhodes.
I have nothing. I'll make a motion for you to adjourn.
I just want to mention the Little League netted 30K.
All right.
And let's put a word out to the Softball Girls Association to start the same thing so we can get them rolling too. All right. Okay, we got a first, we have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Adjourn.
Right.
No, I'm in.
Kids.
Sorry.
Like 2 hours ago.